Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, and drift with me through the corridors of human history, a place where power, psychology, and evil have intertwined in unsettling ways. Tonight, we're stepping into the chilling world of those who crossed the boundary of humanity, the serial killers whose names became whispers of warning. From medieval castles to modern cities, each story reveals not just horror, but insight into the darkest corners of the human mind. So, close your eyes if you dare, and let's descend together into the history of the world's most disturbing killers. There are killers who act on impulse. And then there's Charles Sobhraj, the man who turned murder into an art of manipulation. Known as the Serpent, Sobhraj wasn't driven by rage or passion. He was driven by control. Charming, intelligent, and immaculately dressed, he slithered through the 1970s hippie trail of Asia, preying on travelers who saw him as a friend. To many, he was just another cosmopolitan drifter, fluent in several languages, skilled in conversation, and effortlessly persuasive. But behind that effortless charm lay a calculating mind that treated human life as nothing more than a game of strategy. Sobhraj was born in 1944 in Saigon to an Indian father and Vietnamese mother. His early life was marked by instability, abandonment, identity conflict, and the feeling of never belonging. From childhood, he learned to survive by deception. By his teenage years, he was already a master manipulator, blending intelligence with an almost reptilian calmness. He moved easily between cultures, learning how to mirror people's behaviors to gain trust. It wasn't brute force that made him dangerous. It was his ability to predict and exploit human weakness. He targeted those who sought freedom, travelers, idealists, wanderers on spiritual quests. The 1970s backpacker trail from Bangkok to Kathmandu was filled with trusting souls looking for enlightenment, not danger. Sobhraj exploited that innocence. He offered help, shared stories, and invited them into his circle, only to take everything from them once they were under his control. His victims weren't chosen at random. Each one represented opportunity, wealth, or the satisfaction of dominance. Psychologists later described his behavior as malignant narcissism, a blend of charm, intelligence, and complete lack of empathy. He didn't simply deceive, he performed morality. He was polite, persuasive, and composed even when caught. It's what made him so hard to read. His emotions were masks, his gestures carefully rehearsed. To those who met him, he seemed trustworthy. To investigators, he seemed untouchable. Sobhraj's crimes spread across multiple countries: Thailand, Nepal, India, and beyond. He constantly reinvented himself, using fake passports and aliases to avoid detection. Even when captured, he often manipulated his way to freedom. He studied the laws of every country he visited, outsmarting the very systems that tried to contain him. His genius wasn't in violence, but in control, the ability to make people believe what he wanted them to. But behind that calm exterior was a psychological labyrinth. His need for control wasn't just about power, it was about validation. Growing up feeling unwanted, Sobhraj discovered that deception gave him significance. Each con, each manipulation was proof that he could outwit the world that once ignored him. In his mind, domination equaled existence. Even in prison, he remained the same, confident, strategic, and eerily charismatic. Journalists who met him described an unsettling charm, the kind that made you forget you were sitting across from a killer. That's the paradox of Charles Sobhraj, a man who could make anyone trust him, even when they knew what he was. If Charles Sobhraj were a story, he'd be the kind that lures you in with beauty before revealing the darkness beneath. His crimes weren't just acts of greed or cruelty, they were acts of performance. Every move he made was calculated, rehearsed, and cloaked in charm. In a sense, he didn't simply commit crime, he curated it. His elegance, his intellect, even his calm demeanor, They were all part of a carefully constructed illusion designed to hide a fractured self. To understand Sobraj is to understand a paradox, a man driven by emptiness who filled it with manipulation. Unlike impulsive killers, Sobraj preferred precision. He took pride in details, in how he dressed, how he spoke, and how he orchestrated his surroundings. Each interaction was a psychological chess match where he played both sides. When people describe him as the serpent, it's not just because he slipped through law enforcement's grasp, it's because he adapted perfectly to every environment, coiling himself into whatever form his victims trusted most. What made him especially dangerous was his emotional detachment. He didn't see people as living beings, but as instruments in a grand performance. To him, morality was fiction, a social construct he could manipulate like a story he'd already read too many times. While others sought connection, Sobraj sought advantage. His charm was never sincere. It was a calculated method of control. Every smile, every gesture, every act of kindness had an ulterior motive. Even his arrests were part of his game. When captured in India, Sobraj treated prison like a stage. He gave interviews, charmed guards, and even lived comfortably within the system he was supposed to fear. He famously once hosted a dinner for prison officials, serving food laced with sleeping pills just to prove he could. To him, power wasn't about violence. It was about dominance through intellect. The world became his audience, and the media became his mirror. The more attention he received, the stronger his persona grew. He cultivated his legend with every word, understanding that fear and fascination often come from the same place in people's minds. And so, he leaned into it. To many, he was not just a killer, but a mystery, the embodiment of control, intelligence, and manipulation. What's fascinating is how Sobraj's crimes reflect his fractured identity. Born between two cultures, raised without belonging, he spent his life trying to define himself through the reactions of others. When he manipulated someone, he wasn't just asserting power. He was proving that he existed. Every deception became an affirmation. I can make you see what I want you to see. It was his form of immortality. Psychologists later studied him as a textbook case of psychopathy with narcissistic reinforcement, someone who needs admiration and control more than emotion or morality. His ego demanded validation, but his mind lacked empathy. That imbalance created a perfect storm, a man who could imitate humanity flawlessly but never truly feel it. Even decades later, Sobraj's story remains disturbing, not because of brutality, but because of how ordinary he appeared. He showed the world that evil doesn't always roar. Sometimes it speaks softly, smiles warmly, and offers you help before disappearing into the crowd. In the end, Charles Sobraj was less a monster than a mirror, reflecting humanity's deepest fear. That the line between intellect and evil can blur so completely that we may not notice until it's too late. In the annals of European history, few stories are as unsettling as that of Gilles de Rais, a man who began as a hero and ended as a nightmare. His name still echoes through the corridors of medieval France, cloaked in contradiction. To some, he was a war hero, a nobleman of immense wealth and prestige. To others, he was one of the earliest and most disturbing examples of a serial killer in recorded history. The tale of Gilles de Rais is not just about evil, but about transformation. How a celebrated knight of faith and courage descended into a legend of infamy. Born in 1405 into French nobility, Gilles de Rais was destined for greatness. He grew up surrounded by wealth, power, and privilege. By his early 20s, he had already distinguished himself as a military commander fighting alongside Joan of Arc, France's young saint and warrior. To his soldiers, he was a man of strategy and courage. To the church, a loyal defender of God's chosen messenger. He was honored, praised, and celebrated, a symbol of chivalry in a nation still bleeding from war. But beneath the armor and accolades was a restless spirit. Even at the height of his success, Gilles was drawn to extravagance, elaborate banquets, ornate costumes, and theatrical displays of wealth. He surrounded himself with art, music, and mysticism, spending enormous sums on performances and experiments in alchemy. His castle became both a fortress and a stage, a place where luxury met eccentricity. To his peers, he seemed brilliant, yet unpredictable, a nobleman who sought not just to live, but to transcend. As the years passed, the death of Joan of Arc seemed to fracture something deep within him. Her loss, and the political corruption that followed, left Gilles spiritually unmoored. He abandoned the battlefield for the pursuit of forbidden knowledge. He turned inward and downward, seeking meaning in occultism, ritual, and dark superstition. His once devout faith twisted into obsession. The man who had fought for divine purpose now searched for control over life and death itself. What makes Gilles de Rais fascinating and disturbing is that he represents the earliest recognizable psychological profile of what we now call a serial killer. He displayed the same traits modern criminologists identify today: narcissism, manipulation, and delusional grandeur. His wealth and title gave him power, but his mind craved more than reverence. It craved immortality. And when he felt it slipping, he sought it through the only means his corrupted psyche understood: absolute control. There's a chilling irony to his transformation. Medieval France revered him for bravery and loyalty, yet it was his unchecked authority that allowed his darkness to thrive. The same systems that celebrated knights as divine protectors shielded him from suspicion for years. He was a nobleman in a time when nobility meant untouchability. Behind closed doors, the very man who had once fought for faith began practicing what the church condemned as heresy. Historians and psychologists often point out that Gilles' descent wasn't sudden, it was gradual. The loss of purpose, the exposure to violence during wartime, and his obsession with mysticism likely fractured his moral compass. In a world where superstition and religion were often indistinguishable, Gilles sought salvation through dark rituals and experiments. He surrounded himself with alchemists and astrologers, chasing the promise of philosophical gold, a metaphor for eternal power and transformation. When he was finally arrested in 1440, the trial that followed was as theatrical as the man himself. It blended confession, politics, and fear into a narrative that historians still debate. Was Gilles a product of genuine depravity, or a victim of the church's hunger to make an example of fallen nobility? Even today, the question remains open. What is clear, however, is that his name became synonymous with moral corruption and the fragility of human virtue. From a psychological standpoint, Gilles' story offers something rare, an early example of the intersection between trauma, privilege, and moral collapse. He was educated, brilliant, and wealthy, yet emotionally unstable. Modern researchers might classify him as a narcissistic psychopath with delusions of grandeur. His actions were not born from necessity or rage, but from an internal void, a spiritual hunger twisted into obsession. His crimes, whatever the truth of their nature, reflected his need to feel godlike in a world that had taken his faith away. When he was finally sentenced to death, Gilles' demeanor shifted once more. He seemed calm, almost relieved. He confessed not with fear, but with theatrical eloquence, as though his final act was simply another performance. Witnesses said he faced execution with composure, even grace, as if embracing the legend he had become. In death, he achieved what he could not in life: immortality through infamy. The tragedy of Gilles de Rais lies in the mirror he holds up to humanity. His story warns how power, when left unchecked by morality, becomes a stage for corruption. He shows us how a man celebrated as a savior can, through loss and obsession, transform into something monstrous. His legacy isn't just a historical curiosity, it's a timeless reflection on the duality of human nature. In many ways, Gilles was a man ahead of his time, a psychological case study centuries before psychology existed. He embodied the tension between brilliance and madness, faith and corruption, love and power. His downfall reminds us that evil often begins not with hatred, but with longing, the desire to control what can't be controlled, to fill the void where purpose once lived. And so, his name lingers in history like a shadow, not just as France's fallen knight, but as one of humanity's first reminders that beneath even the most noble armor can beat a heart of darkness. The story of Gilles de Rais doesn't just belong to the pages of history. It lingers in folklore, psychology, and even modern literature. After his death, his name fused with legend, transforming him into the archetype of the fallen noble, a man of immense brilliance consumed by his own darkness. In time, the French folktale of Bluebeard, the wealthy man who hid deadly secrets in his castle, became associated with his story. But the truth of Gilles de Rais, stripped of myth, is far more haunting than any tale. His life reveals how intellect and power, when stripped of conscience, can deform into something unrecognizable. In the years leading up to his downfall, Gilles' behavior grew erratic and indulgent. He squandered his wealth on lavish performances, grand experiments, and mysterious rituals that blurred the line between faith and heresy. His estates, once symbols of his military triumph, became stages for self-destruction. Chroniclers describe endless feasts, strange ceremonies, and a constant stream of alchemists and mystics promising him secrets of transformation. Gilles was not content with ordinary pleasure. He sought transcendence. He wanted to command not just his world, but the forces beyond it. It's this obsession that gives modern psychologists so much to dissect. Gilles represents one of the earliest documented examples of spiritual narcissism. The belief that one is chosen or destined for divine understanding beyond the moral limits of humanity. His fascination with the occult wasn't simply curiosity, it was ego disguised as enlightenment. He convinced himself that through forbidden knowledge he could reclaim the divine favor he lost after Joan of Arc's death. In his mind, God had abandoned him, and so he would find a new kind of power to replace him. That craving for control, intellectual, spiritual, and moral, led him deeper into isolation. Friends and advisors began to distance themselves. The church, once his ally, grew suspicious of his eccentricities. Rumors spread that strange things happened in his castles, that wealth disappeared, servants fled, and travelers were never seen again. Whether those stories were true or the result of political slander, they created an aura of fear that surrounded his name. The higher he had climbed, the more dramatic his fall would become. When the Duke of Brittany and the Church finally intervened in 1440, the charges brought against him were staggering. The trial was a spectacle, part religious inquest, part political theatre. Bishops, nobles, and witnesses filled the hall, captivated and horrified in equal measure. The prosecutors spoke not only of heresy and witchcraft, but of unspeakable moral corruption. To a medieval audience steeped in faith and superstition, Gilles de Rais became the embodiment of everything sacred turned profane. Yet, even in his darkest hour, Gilles maintained the poise of a performer. He denied, then confessed, then recanted, playing to the crowd like an actor rehearsing his final role. Observers noted that he spoke eloquently, with the grace of a man who understood the weight of his own legend. There was something almost tragic in his composure, as if he accepted that his fate was no longer his to control, but his story still was. Modern historians debate the truth behind the accusations. Some believe the evidence was exaggerated or manipulated by political rivals eager to seize his land and wealth. Others argue that the consistency of testimonies points to genuine depravity. But whether or not every claim was true is beside the point. The greater truth is psychological. Gilles had become a man detached from morality, lost in the echo chamber of his own mind. His confession, real or coerced, reveals a man tormented not by guilt, but by pride. He spoke of his actions with a strange detachment, as if describing the fate of someone else. This dissociation is a hallmark of psychopathic disconnection, the inability to feel true remorse, coupled with an almost clinical awareness of one's own behavior. Gilles understood that what he had done was wrong by law and faith, but his emotions never aligned with that understanding. His intellect remained sharp, but his humanity had long eroded. The execution was swift. On October 26, 1440, in the city of Nantes, Gilles de Rais met his end. Reports say he walked calmly to the scaffold, confessing and praying aloud. Some accounts even describe him comforting others around him, projecting a serenity that felt more unsettling than peaceful. His final words were said to be remorseful, but whether they came from genuine repentance or theatrical instinct remains uncertain. He was hanged and burned, his ashes scattered, his nobility erased, but his legend immortalized. The centuries that followed turned his name into both warning and fascination. Writers reimagined him as Bluebeard, the nobleman who lured wives to their doom. Psychologists cited him as one of the first identifiable serial killers, long before such a term existed. To moralists, he was the cautionary tale of unchecked indulgence. To historians, he became a case study in how power corrupts absolutely when accountability fades. What makes Gilles' story endure isn't just its horror, but its humanity. His transformation from hero to villain captures the fragile balance between light and darkness that exists in every human being. He reminds us that greatness without conscience becomes destruction, that intelligence without empathy breeds monstrosity. And in that sense, his life is less about medieval cruelty and more about the eternal question of what happens when purpose collapses into ego. From a symbolic point of view, Gilles de Rais was the death of chivalry itself, the moment when the ideal of the noble knight was unmasked as human, fallible, and corruptible. His story exposed that beneath the armor of valor often lies a heart that still beats with greed, envy, and despair. The medieval world wanted heroes, but Gilles reminded them that even heroes can fall, not by the sword, but by the self. Even now, centuries later, his shadow lingers in modern fascination with the criminal mind. He paved the way for how we understand serial killers today, not as mythical monsters, but as psychologically fractured individuals shaped by trauma, ego, and an insatiable need for control. Gilles de Rais stands as both the beginning of a dark lineage and a warning from history, that evil often begins where reason ends, and where the desire for greatness turns inward, consuming the soul that once sought light. In the vast, shadowed halls of history, few names shimmer with as much infamy as Elizabeth Bathory, the Hungarian noblewoman who has been both vilified and mythologized for over 4 centuries. Her story unfolds at the intersection of power, paranoia, and rumor, making her one of the most enduring figures in the study of human cruelty and psychology. Known by later generations as the Blood Countess, Bathory's life is a haunting portrait of privilege turned obsession, a tale that reminds us how isolation and unchecked power can distort even the most brilliant minds. Elizabeth Bathory was born in 1560 into one of the most influential families in Hungary. The Bathorys were wealthy, well-educated, and politically untouchable. Their name carried centuries of prestige. Elizabeth herself was highly intelligent, fluent in several languages, and raised amid scholars, philosophers, and soldiers. Her early letters reveal a keen intellect and a fascination with medicine and chemistry, rare for women of her era. From a distance, she appeared the ideal Renaissance noblewoman, cultured, beautiful, and commanding respect across Europe. But within her family lineage ran whispers of instability. Several relatives suffered from what modern historians suspect were mental disorders, manic depression, delusions, and violent tempers. In the 16th century, such traits weren't understood medically. They were seen as divine punishment or proof of noble passion. Elizabeth's upbringing, though lavish, was steeped in this volatile mix of brilliance and cruelty. From a young age, she witnessed public punishments and executions, common spectacles in feudal life, and learned early that power could both protect and destroy. When she married Count Ferenc Nadasti at 15, Elizabeth became the lady of an enormous estate. Her husband was a decorated soldier, often away at war, leaving Elizabeth to manage vast lands and hundreds of servants. She proved capable and disciplined, enforcing order, keeping accounts, and maintaining authority with efficiency. But the isolation of castle life and the constant weight of expectation began to erode her sense of self. Her letters during this time shift from measured to restless, hinting at loneliness and a hunger for control over something more personal than the endless duties of nobility. By the early 1600s, rumours began to swirl through the countryside. Servants whispered that the Countess was becoming cruel, prone to outbursts of anger and punishing those who disobeyed her with severity. Some claimed she sought help from healers and mystics. Others accused her of practicing forbidden rituals. The truth, as with many stories of power, blurred between fact and fear. Her husband's death in 1604 only deepened the mystery. Alone, wealthy, and commanding complete authority, Elizabeth's behaviour reportedly grew more erratic. What began as discipline became tyranny, and what was once leadership morphed into isolation. What makes Elizabeth Bathory's case so enduring isn't just the accusations, but the psychological duality she represents. She was a woman of immense intelligence and influence in a patriarchal world, yet that same independence made her a target. Her wealth shielded her from scrutiny for years, but when local girls began disappearing from nearby villages, whispers became alarm bells. In 1610, a formal investigation was ordered by King Matthias II, though historians suspect political motives played as much a role as moral outrage. Bathory's vast fortune and unaligned power threatened both the church and the crown. When soldiers raided her castle at Chete, they reported scenes of horror, accounts that would later inspire countless legends. The trial that followed, however, remains murky. Bathory herself was never brought before a public court. Instead, her supposed accomplices were interrogated and tortured until confessions aligned with the accusations. Their testimonies painted her as a sadistic noblewoman who believed blood could preserve youth and beauty, a legend that would give rise to the myth of her bathing in blood. Yet there's no concrete evidence that she ever did such a thing. The only fact proven was that dozens of young servants had vanished under her rule. Modern historians argue that Elizabeth Bathory may have been a victim of political conspiracy. As a powerful widow with enormous landholdings, she posed an obstacle to those who sought to redistribute her wealth. By vilifying her, the state not only neutralized her influence but seized her property. It was an effective tactic, one repeated throughout history when powerful women defied social norms. In that sense, Elizabeth's story may be less about murder and more about how patriarchal fear turns women into monsters. Yet others believe there was truth behind the legend. The psychological portrait that emerges from historical accounts suggests a woman with narcissistic tendencies, intelligent, proud, and accustomed to control. Her increasing isolation may have fostered paranoia and obsession, Surrounded by servants who feared her and courtiers who flattered her, Elizabeth lived in a psychological echo chamber where no one dared contradict her. In such an environment, reality itself begins to warp. Whether or not the accusations were exaggerated, it's plausible that her power created an illusion of invincibility that eventually consumed her judgment. When her crimes, or alleged crimes, came to light, the punishment was both swift and symbolic. Rather than face execution, Bathory was sealed alive within her own castle walls, confined to a single chamber until her death in 1614. To her accusers, this was poetic justice, the once great countess trapped within the fortress of her own making. For centuries after, travellers claimed her ghost still wandered the corridors of Szeged, whispering in Hungarian to the walls that betrayed her. The legacy of Elizabeth Bathory lives on not only in history books but in psychology, literature, and myth. She became the prototype for the female vampire, inspiring Bram Stoker's Dracula and countless Gothic retellings. But beyond fiction, her case reveals something deeply human, how stories of female ambition often become stories of madness. Whether villain or victim, her image endures as a mirror of fear of aging, of losing power, of being forgotten. In truth, the Blood Countess is less a monster than a metaphor. Her life captures the intersection of myth and misogyny, power and paranoia, where history and imagination blur. Elizabeth Bathory's name endures not because she was proven guilty, but because her story speaks to something older than any legend: humanity's fascination with beauty, death, and the darkness that lives between them. Even after centuries, the story of Elizabeth Bathory continues to ripple through time, evolving with every retelling. She has become less a person and more a symbol, a reflection of how history transforms real figures into cautionary tales and legends. Whether she was truly guilty or not, her life represents a fascinating study of power, perception, and paranoia. To understand why her name still haunts literature, film, and psychology alike, we need to look beyond the accusations and into the cultural machinery that immortalized her. By the time of her death in 1614, Bathory had already become a ghost in her own lifetime. Confined to a sealed room in her castle, she lived the last 4 years of her life in near total isolation. The woman who once commanded armies of servants and vast estates was reduced to whispers through a narrow opening where her food was passed. Yet even then, she reportedly maintained a strange sense of dignity, refusing to beg, refusing to break. Her letters from this period are few, but what survives reveals a mind still sharp, still trying to make sense of her downfall. She never confessed to any of the accusations. To the end, she believed herself a victim of betrayal and greed. When she died, the church refused her a proper burial in her family crypt. Villagers feared that her spirit would curse the land. Her remains were buried in an unmarked grave, her name erased from official records. But erasure, paradoxically, is what made her legend grow stronger. The mystery of her fate created an opening for imagination to fill. Where facts faded, myth began. And Elizabeth Bathory became the Blood Countess, the eternal villainess of Central Europe. The 18th and 19th centuries, the age of Romanticism, rekindled her legend. Writers like Bram Stoker and later Gothic storytellers turned her into a symbol of corrupted beauty, a woman so afraid of time that she'd trade her soul for youth. In the Victorian era, when society was obsessed with purity and repression, Bathory embodied everything forbidden: female power, vanity, and sexual autonomy. To a patriarchal imagination, a woman who wielded such control had to be punished, and myth delivered that punishment. Thus, the tale of a noblewoman bathing in blood was born, not as a confession, but as metaphor. The myth grew richer with each retelling. Artists painted her in crimson gowns, surrounded by terrified maidens. Playwrights imagined her as a tragic anti-hero, driven mad by grief or loneliness. Even modern cinema can't resist her allure. She appears in countless adaptations, from historical dramas to horror films, sometimes as a monster, sometimes as a misunderstood genius. Each version reflects the fears of its time. To early Christians, she was a symbol of sin. To Victorians, a warning against female desire. To modern audiences, a metaphor for narcissism and the hunger for eternal youth. Psychologically, Bathory's story remains one of history's great puzzles. Was she a sadist, born of privilege, or a scapegoat, crushed under a system that feared powerful women? Scholars point out that the testimonies used against her came from tortured servants and political rivals. The supposed evidence, lists of victims, letters and confessions, were collected by those who stood to gain from her downfall. Yet, to dismiss every account as false would also erase the genuine fear she inspired. The truth likely lies between extremes. A brilliant, volatile woman whose cruelty was real, but whose legend was exaggerated by those who sought to control her memory. Modern criminologists view her through the lens of narcissistic and paranoid personality disorders. Her isolation, wealth, and loss of control over her environment may have triggered paranoia and delusions. In an age without psychological understanding, such symptoms would have been seen as signs of witchcraft or moral decay. Instead of receiving treatment, she was demonized, turned into a myth that explained her behavior through supernatural means. Her case is a study in how societies invent monsters when they cannot comprehend human complexity. What keeps Elizabeth Bathory's name alive isn't horror, but fascination. She represents a paradox that still resonates today: the idea that someone can be both brilliant and monstrous, refined and ruthless. She forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much of evil is born from madness, and how much from circumstance? How much of her story was shaped by patriarchy's fear of women who refuse submission? And how many of the monsters in history were created not by their actions, but by the stories told about them? In popular culture, Bathory's myth merged seamlessly with the vampire archetype. The notion of bathing in blood to preserve youth mirrored society's obsession with vanity and immortality. She became a stand-in for human anxiety about aging, a symbol of the lengths we go to in defiance of time. Even now, when her name is invoked, it's rarely as a historical figure but as an idea. The eternal seductress, the ageless villain, the embodiment of beauty turned against itself. But behind all that myth-making lies a far more tragic narrative. Elizabeth Bathory was a woman born into immense privilege, but trapped within the expectations of her era. Her intellect, ambition, and dominance were celebrated in men but condemned in women. When she grew too powerful, the world she ruled turned against her. Whether guilty or framed, her story became the perfect vessel for a society eager to define and destroy female autonomy. Her legend outlived her body because it satisfied both fascination and fear, two emotions that have always driven human storytelling. Today, historians continue to debate her guilt, but psychologists see in her case something broader: the dangerous cocktail of power, isolation, and unaccountability. It's a combination that recurs across centuries in different forms and faces. Bathory's tale endures not because of the crimes she allegedly committed, but because it exposes what happens when a mind and a world loses balance between power and empathy. Her castle still stands in Slovakia, its ruins watching silently over mist-covered hills. Visitors say the air feels heavier there, as though history itself refuses to rest. But maybe what lingers isn't a ghost. It's the echo of our own obsession. We keep retelling her story because deep down we recognize ourselves in it. Our vanity, our fear of aging, our hunger for control, and our need to believe that evil can be explained by something supernatural rather than something human. Elizabeth Bathory's legend may never die because it isn't just hers anymore. It's ours. In the bright heart of America's Gilded Age, where progress and invention dazzled the world, one man quietly built a monument to darkness. His name was Herman Webster Mudgett, but history would remember him by another H. Holmes, the devil in the White City. At a time when Chicago stood as a symbol of human ingenuity, hosting the grand 1893 World's Fair, Holmes turned its optimism into a hunting ground. His story isn't just one of murder, it's about deception, psychology, and the illusion of success in an age obsessed with appearances. Born in 1861 in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, Holmes grew up in a strict religious household. His early years were marked by discipline and emotional distance, a common formula for the kind of cold detachment that would later define him. From childhood, he displayed both intelligence and a fascination with anatomy. Legend says he feared nothing, not even death. While other children avoided the local doctor's office, Holmes was captivated by the sight of medical instruments, studying them with curiosity that bordered on obsession. Even as a boy, he showed signs of psychopathy, charm without empathy, intellect without compassion. When he entered medical school in the 1880s, Holmes found his perfect stage. He excelled academically, but more than that, he discovered how easily he could manipulate others. His charisma and confidence made people trust him instantly, a pattern that would define his entire life. He conned classmates, scammed insurance companies, and faked deaths for profit. His brilliance was undeniable, but so was his deceit. Every success reinforced the same lesson. The world rewarded confidence more than conscience. Chicago, with its booming industries and constant influx of strangers, became his playground. When Holmes arrived there in 1886, the city was a symbol of modernity, electric lights, new architecture, and endless ambition. It was also the perfect place for a man like him to disappear into the crowd. Using his natural charm, Holmes persuaded investors to help him build a 3-story building in Englewood, just south of downtown. Officially, it was a mixed-use property, apartments, shops, and offices. But behind its polished facade, it hid a labyrinth known later as the Murder Castle. The building was a maze of secret corridors, soundproof rooms, trapdoors, and staircases that led nowhere. Holmes designed it himself, firing and rehiring builders frequently so no one would understand its full layout. Every hallway and chamber had a purpose known only to him. But it's important to note, and here is where legend meets truth, not every grim detail from the urban myths is historically verified. While some of the more gruesome claims were sensationalized by newspapers, there's no doubt Holmes used his architectural masterpiece to conceal a darker enterprise. The castle was both his business and his laboratory. He rented out rooms to fairgoers, operated a pharmacy, and conducted insurance scams under aliases. To outsiders, he was a charming, educated gentleman and a prosperous entrepreneur. But behind closed doors, he exploited human trust for financial and psychological gain. He lured victims, often women seeking work or lodging, into his control with the same magnetism that fooled investors and doctors alike. To him, people were simply means to an end. What makes Holmes so fascinating to psychologists is how coldly rational he was. Unlike impulsive killers driven by rage, Holmes saw murder as an extension of business. He documented, planned, and executed every act with precision, keeping meticulous notes and letters. In modern profiling, he fits the pattern of a high-functioning sociopath, organized, methodical, and emotionally detached. His calm demeanor was his weapon, his intelligence, his disguise. When the 1893 World's Fair began, millions of visitors poured into Chicago, drawn by the promise of invention and progress. For Holmes, it was opportunity disguised as destiny. Amid the chaos of the fair, people vanished easily. Newcomers, far from home, could disappear without notice. Holmes's castle became a symbol of how civilization's brightest achievements can cast the darkest shadows. It's here that the contrast between Holmes and his era becomes most haunting. The World's Fair celebrated electricity, engineering, and the future of mankind. Yet just a few miles away, one man turned those same innovations, privacy, architecture, and modern medicine, into tools for manipulation. In him, the optimism of the age met its mirror image: intellect without empathy, progress without morality. Eventually, his empire of deceit began to crumble. His scams caught up to him when business partners and creditors demanded answers. It was an insurance fraud case, not the suspected murders, that finally exposed him. Arrested in 1894, Holmes faced trial not as a monster, but as a gentleman, calm, articulate, and eerily confident. Reporters described his composure as hypnotic, his smile disarming. When confronted with accusations, he neither denied nor confessed outright. Instead, he analyzed his actions as if discussing someone else's life, saying, "I was born with the devil in me." That single line cemented his legend. In those words, Holmes presented himself not as a criminal, but as a force of nature, a being beyond morality or redemption. It's the same narcissistic worldview shared by many serial killers since. The belief that they are exceptional, chosen, or fated to stand outside the rules that govern ordinary people. Holmes believed he was smarter than everyone, and for a long time, he was. But even brilliance has limits. When investigators searched his properties, they uncovered evidence of fraud, false identities, and missing persons. Though many of the sensational newspaper accounts exaggerated the scale of his crimes, there's no doubt he left behind a trail of ruin and death. Convicted of murder in 1895, he remained calm even in the face of execution. Eyewitnesses noted how serene he looked at the gallows, polite, well-groomed, and utterly unafraid. He died as he had lived, a man who viewed fear as weakness and death as just another transaction. Holmes's legacy extends far beyond his crimes. He became the archetype of the charming killer, intelligent, sophisticated, and terrifyingly ordinary. His story warns that evil often wears a respectable face. In the age of optimism and innovation, he was the shadow behind the light, proof that human progress can never outpace human deceit. More than a century later, the myth of the murder castle still captures the imagination. Historians and writers revisit it not just for the horror, but for the psychology. Holmes wasn't driven by hatred or chaos. He was driven by intellect detached from empathy, the most dangerous combination in existence. He reminds us that monsters are not born in darkness, but built in plain sight, one rationalization at a time. In a city celebrating the dawn of modern America, H. Holmes built something timeless, a warning. A reminder that beneath the polished surface of civilization, the human mind is still capable of constructing its own labyrinth, one that no light can fully reach. In the bright heart of America's Gilded Age, where progress and invention dazzled the world, one man quietly built a monument to darkness. His name was Herman Webster Mudgett, but history would remember him by another, H. Holmes, the Devil in the White City. At a time when Chicago stood as a symbol of human ingenuity, hosting the grand 1893 World's Fair, Holmes turned its optimism into a hunting ground. His story isn't just one of murder. It's about deception, psychology, and the illusion of success in an age obsessed with appearances. Born in 1861 in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, Holmes grew up in a strict religious household. His early years were marked by discipline and emotional distance, a common formula for the kind of cold detachment that would later define him. From childhood, he displayed both intelligence and a fascination with anatomy. Legend says he feared nothing, not even death. While other children avoided the local doctor's office, Holmes was captivated by the sight of medical instruments, studying them with curiosity that bordered on obsession. Even as a boy, he showed signs of psychopathy, charm without empathy, intellect without compassion. When he entered medical school in the 1880s, Holmes found his perfect stage. He excelled academically, but more than that, he discovered how easily he could manipulate others. His charisma and confidence made people trust him instantly, a pattern that would define his entire life. He conned classmates, scammed insurance companies, and faked deaths for profit. His brilliance was undeniable, but so was his deceit. Every success reinforced the same lesson: the world rewarded confidence more than conscience. Chicago, with its booming industries and constant influx of strangers, became his playground. When Holmes arrived there in 1886, the city was a symbol of modernity: electric lights, new architecture, and endless ambition. It was also the perfect place for a man like him to disappear into the crowd. Using his natural charm, Holmes persuaded investors to help him build a 3-story building in Englewood, just south of downtown. Officially, it was a mixed-use property: apartments, shops, and offices. But behind its polished facade, it hid a labyrinth known later as the Murder Castle. The building was a maze of secret corridors, soundproof rooms, trapdoors, and staircases that led nowhere. Holmes designed it himself, firing and rehiring builders frequently so no one would understand its full layout. Every hallway and chamber had a purpose known only to him. But it's important to note, and here is where legend meets truth, not every grim detail from the urban myths is historically verified. While some of the more gruesome claims were sensationalized by newspapers, there's no doubt Holmes used his architectural masterpiece to conceal a darker enterprise. The castle was both his business and his laboratory. He rented out rooms to fairgoers, operated a pharmacy, and conducted insurance scams under aliases. To outsiders, he was a charming, educated gentleman and a prosperous entrepreneur. But behind closed doors, he exploited human trust for financial and psychological gain. He lured victims, often women seeking work or lodging, into his control with the same magnetism that fooled investors and doctors alike. To him, people were simply means to an end. What makes Holmes so fascinating to psychologists is how coldly rational he was. Unlike impulsive killers driven by rage, Holmes saw murder as an extension of business. He documented, planned, and executed every act with precision, keeping meticulous notes and letters. In modern profiling, he fits the pattern of a high-functioning sociopath: organized, methodical, and emotionally detached. His calm demeanor was his weapon, his intelligence, his disguise. When the 1893 World's Fair began, millions of visitors poured into Chicago, drawn by the promise of invention and progress. For Holmes, it was opportunity disguised as destiny. Amid the chaos of the fair, people vanished easily. Newcomers far from home could disappear without notice. Holmes's castle became a symbol of how civilization's brightest achievements can cast the darkest shadows. It's here that the contrast between Holmes and his era becomes most haunting. The World's Fair celebrated electricity, engineering, and the future of mankind. Yet, just a few miles away, one man turned those same innovations, privacy, architecture, and modern medicine, into tools for manipulation. In him, the optimism of the age met its mirror image: intellect without empathy, progress without morality. Eventually, his empire of deceit began to crumble. His scams caught up to him when business partners and creditors demanded answers. It was an insurance fraud case, not the suspected murders, that finally exposed him. Arrested in 1894, Holmes faced trial not as a monster, but as a gentleman, calm, articulate, and eerily confident. Reporters described his composure as hypnotic, his smile disarming. When confronted with accusations, he neither denied nor confessed outright. Instead, he analyzed his actions as if discussing someone else's life, saying, "I was born with the devil in me." That single line cemented his legend. In those words, Holmes presented himself not as a criminal, but as a force of nature, a being beyond morality or redemption. It's the same narcissistic worldview shared by many serial killers, since the belief that they are exceptional, chosen, or fated to stand outside the rules that govern ordinary people. Holmes believed he was smarter than everyone, and for a long time, he was. But even brilliance has limits. When investigators searched his properties, they uncovered evidence of fraud, false identities, and missing persons. Though many of the sensational newspaper accounts exaggerated the scale of his crimes, there's no doubt he left behind a trail of ruin and death. Convicted of murder in 1895, he remained calm even in the face of execution. Eyewitnesses noted how serene he looked at the gallows, polite, well-groomed, and utterly unafraid. He died as he had lived, a man who viewed fear as weakness and death as just another transaction. Holmes's legacy extends far beyond his crimes. He became the archetype of the charming killer, intelligent, sophisticated, and terrifyingly ordinary. His story warns that evil often wears a respectable face. In the age of optimism and innovation, he was the shadow behind the light, proof that human progress can never outpace human deceit. More than a century later, the myth of the murder castle still captures the imagination. Historians and writers revisit it not just for the horror, but for the psychology. Holmes wasn't driven by hatred or chaos. He was driven by intellect, detached from empathy, the most dangerous combination in existence. He reminds us that monsters are not born in darkness, but built in plain sight, one rationalization at a time. In a city celebrating the dawn of modern America, H. Holmes built something timeless, a warning, a reminder that beneath the polished surface of civilization, the human mind is still capable of constructing its own labyrinth, one that no light can fully reach. Would you like me to proceed with Chapter 4, Section 2 next, continuing Holmes's psychological dissection and cultural impact? You said P? ChatGPT said Chapter 4, Section 2, The Psychology of Deception. The story of H. Holmes doesn't end with his arrest. In many ways, that's where it truly begins. What fascinated psychologists, criminologists, and historians alike wasn't only what he did, but how he thought. Holmes didn't fit the mold of the brutal outlaw or the deranged madman. He was polished, articulate, even likable. His crimes weren't driven by hatred or impulse, but by calculation. He was a man who mastered the art of deception so completely that it became his identity. To understand Holmes is to explore the psychology of manipulation, how intellect, charm, and control can converge into something chillingly efficient. When you look deeper into his background, the picture becomes clearer. Holmes was born with a brilliant mind and a cold heart. His intelligence wasn't a shield against immorality. It became the very tool that allowed it to flourish. Experts now describe him as an organized psychopath, a person capable of mimicking emotion while feeling none of it internally. Unlike disorganized killers driven by rage or impulse, Holmes was meticulous. He studied human behavior like a scientist observing test subjects. Every gesture, every word he used had purpose. He anticipated trust before it was given and exploited it the moment it appeared. His crimes, though horrifying, reveal something deeply psychological about human nature, how easily we are disarmed by confidence. People believed Holmes because he embodied everything society valued: education, refinement, and success. He dressed like a gentleman, spoke like a doctor, and behaved like a businessman. In the late 19th century, appearance was character. If you looked respectable, you were respectable. Holmes weaponized that assumption. He made deceit invisible by wrapping it in elegance. His evil didn't roar, it smiled, shook hands, and asked how your day was. In interviews and letters, Holmes never expressed remorse. What he did express was fascination. Fascination with human behavior, with his own cunning, with how easily people could be deceived. In his mind, morality was irrelevant. Rules existed only for those too weak to outthink them. He wasn't motivated by emotion, but by intellectual conquest, a desire to prove that he could outwit not just individuals, but entire systems. Even his scams, from insurance frauds to false identities, followed the same principle: domination through intelligence. Each con was a game, and every person a piece on his board. During his trial, reporters noticed how Holmes seemed to enjoy the attention. The courtroom became his stage. He addressed the jury as if they were an audience, crafting his own myth as the devil in the White City. He smiled often, spoke eloquently, and even complimented his prosecutors. His calm unnerved everyone. It wasn't denial, it was control. He knew that emotion made people predictable, and predictability to him meant vulnerability. By staying serene, he maintained the upper hand until the very end. Modern criminal psychologists have spent decades analyzing that composure. They argue that Holmes displayed classic signs of narcissistic psychopathy, an emotional disorder where the person views others as objects rather than individuals. He didn't kill out of rage or revenge, he did it because he could. The thrill wasn't in the act itself, but in the mastery of deception, the feeling of being untouchable. For Holmes, deceit wasn't just survival. It was creation. He built worlds of illusion, and within them he was both architect and god. But there's another layer to his psychology that's often overlooked: his obsession with progress. Holmes saw himself as a man of science, a product of modernity. He was fascinated by technology, anatomy, and chemistry, subjects that, in his mind, proved human superiority over nature. In a twisted way, his worldview mirrored the era's philosophy of ambition. Chicago, in the 1890s, celebrated innovation and control over the natural world. Holmes simply applied that same logic to people. He industrialized manipulation. His castle was less a home than a mechanical metaphor, a maze built from the same cold logic that powered the machines of his age. This connection between innovation and inhumanity is what makes his story timeless. The Industrial Revolution had given rise to cities, commerce, and technology, but it also gave birth to anonymity. People were moving faster, trusting quicker, disappearing easier. Holmes was the first to realize that in a world built on progress, disappearance could be hidden in plain sight. He was the psychological consequence of modern civilization, rational, efficient, and entirely devoid of empathy. When he was finally executed in 1896, his composure never cracked. He requested burial in a coffin filled with cement, claiming he didn't want grave robbers to disturb his body. Some believe it was superstition, others see it as irony. The man who used death as his tool, afraid of being dissected like one of his victims. It's a fitting end for a man who built walls around everything: his castle, his heart, and his identity. Even in death, the world couldn't stop studying him. Decades later, criminologists would use Holmes as a case study in early psychopathy. He became the prototype for what FBI profilers later called the organized serial killer intelligent, methodical, charming, and terrifyingly ordinary. His name appears in psychology textbooks not as folklore, but as evidence, proof that intellect without empathy is one of the most dangerous forces on Earth. His story continues to fascinate because it reflects a part of ourselves, our belief that intelligence equals morality, that progress automatically leads to good. Holmes shattered that illusion. He proved that reason without compassion can justify anything. His brilliance, stripped of empathy, became a tool of destruction. The same qualities that could have made him a pioneer made him a predator. Today, the remains of his so-called murder castle are gone. The building burned down shortly after his conviction, and the modern site now holds an ordinary post office. People pass it every day without knowing what once stood there. Yet in a way, that's the perfect metaphor for Holmes himself, a mask of normalcy concealing something deeply unsettling beneath. The true horror of H. Holmes isn't the crimes he committed, it's how easily he blended into the crowd. His legacy endures because it asks a question that civilization still hasn't answered. How do we recognize evil when it looks like us? Holmes's charm, intelligence, and composure weren't camouflage. They were proof of how thin the boundary between brilliance and monstrosity can be. His mind was his weapon, and his smile its trigger. And even now, more than a century later, the devil in the White City still whispers his warning that evil doesn't always hide in the shadows. Sometimes it stands beneath the brightest lights, waiting to be admired. In the fog-drenched streets of Victorian London, under flickering gas lamps and the hum of distant carriages, a name was whispered that sent chills through every alleyway. Jack the Ripper. He wasn't just a killer. He was a phantom, an idea, a fear, and a mystery that refused to die. More than a century later, Jack the Ripper remains the most infamous serial killer in history, not because of what he did, but because of what we never discovered about him. His story stands as a haunting testament to how the unknown can terrify far more than the truth ever could. London in the late 1880s was a city of contrasts. It was the height of the Industrial Revolution, a time of dazzling progress, invention, and wealth. But beneath the elegance of the upper classes lay Whitechapel, a slum district suffocating under poverty and despair. Narrow alleys overflowed with labourers, immigrants, and women struggling to survive on the edge of starvation. It was a world forgotten by polite society, one where shadows ruled and desperation lingered like the fog itself. It was here, among the forgotten and the unseen, that the Ripper found his hunting ground. The first known victim appeared in August 1888, then another, then another. Within weeks, London's East End was paralysed by fear. The press sensationalised every detail, dubbing the unknown murderer Jack the Ripper after a letter allegedly sent to police, a letter that might have been real or merely a cruel hoax. But the name stuck, forever fusing myth and fact into one of history's greatest unsolved enigmas. The Ripper's reign of terror didn't just kill individuals, it changed the psychology of an entire city. People began to see shadows differently. Every stranger became a suspect. Every footstep in the dark carried new meaning. What made the Ripper so terrifying wasn't only the brutality of his acts, it was the precision, the pattern, and the intelligence implied. He didn't strike randomly. He knew his environment. He moved through the labyrinth of Whitechapel as if it belonged to him. Witnesses described glimpses, a tall man, a medical man, a gentleman in a coat, but never clearly enough to be certain. It was as if he existed in two worlds, the grimy streets of the poor and the polished realm of the educated. His crimes suggested both savagery and skill, an unsettling blend that baffled investigators. This paradox, intellect mixed with evil, became the foundation of the Ripper's legend. Criminologists have since studied his case as the prototype for modern criminal profiling. The term serial killer didn't exist then, but the Ripper defined the concept. His pattern revealed consistency, control, and ritual, characteristics that later psychologists would recognize as indicators of psychopathic order beneath the surface of chaos. He wasn't a madman driven by impulse. He was methodical, confident, and eerily composed. At the time, Scotland Yard had no precedent for such crimes. Fingerprinting didn't exist. Forensics were primitive. Investigators relied on instinct and eyewitness testimony, both notoriously unreliable. The police interviewed hundreds, arrested dozens, and yet the Ripper always seemed one step ahead. Letters claiming to be from him taunted the press and law enforcement alike, each one blending arrogance with mockery. Whether those letters were real or not hardly mattered. The city believed them. The killer wasn't just committing crimes. He was controlling the narrative. He was manipulating fear itself. The media frenzy that followed turned the Ripper into a cultural phenomenon. Newspapers sold record numbers of copies by printing every rumor, exaggeration, and theory. The public, both terrified and enthralled, devoured each headline. For the first time in history, a killer became a kind of celebrity, a grim reflection of society's growing obsession with crime and spectacle. The Ripper's anonymity gave him power. As long as no one knew his face, he could become anyone. He was no longer a person. He was a mirror for humanity's darkest imagination. Psychologically, the case reveals a deep truth about fear. People fear what they cannot understand. In an era obsessed with order and progress, Jack the Ripper represented chaos incarnate. His ability to vanish, to defy capture, undermined the Victorian belief in logic and control. If science could invent electric light and industrial machines, how could it not illuminate the face of one man? The Ripper shattered the illusion that progress could protect people from primal darkness. He reminded the world that civilization and savagery are separated by only a thin line of circumstance. Over time, theories about his identity multiplied. Doctors, royals, artists, foreigners, even women were accused. Some historians suggested he was a surgeon, others a butcher or a police officer. Each theory told us more about society's fears than about the killer himself. The mystery became a canvas for collective paranoia. Every social class, every profession, every outsider could be projected onto the Ripper's faceless image. The real monster was less a person than an idea. The idea that evil can hide in anyone, anywhere. Modern profilers describe the Ripper as exhibiting traits of narcissistic psychopathy, meticulous, manipulative, and emotionally detached. His desire for control extended beyond his victims to the entire city. He dictated the pace of panic. He decided when fear would rise and when it would subside. Every letter, every strike was a performance in power. He turned London into a stage and made its people his unwilling audience. In that sense, Jack the Ripper wasn't just killing, he was communicating. His crimes were messages written in terror. Yet, what truly haunts historians and psychologists alike is the aftermath. When the killings stopped as abruptly as they began, there was no closure, no justice, no name to hate. The silence that followed was deafening. London moved on, but the questions remained. Was he killed? Did he flee? Did he simply lose interest? That uncertainty gave birth to something more enduring than any single suspect, a myth. Jack the Ripper became immortal, not through evidence, but through absence. His story outlived every theory because no theory could end it. Even now, researchers use modern DNA testing and digital forensics to try and unmask him. Yet every attempt ends the same way, with new questions. The truth, perhaps, is that the Ripper was never meant to be caught. He exists in that timeless space between fact and legend, where our fear of the unknown becomes eternal. His mystery is what keeps his name alive. Proof that humanity's most terrifying monster isn't the one we can see, but the one we never fully understand. Jack the Ripper wasn't just a killer in Victorian London. He was a reminder of the fragility of order, the illusion of safety, and the darkness that thrives in silence. The fog that once cloaked Whitechapel has long lifted, but his shadow remains, not in the streets, but in the human imagination, where fear never truly dies. The aftermath of Jack the Ripper's crimes marked a turning point in the way the world understood both crime and the human mind. His killings ended, but the echo of fear he created never did. The Ripper's reign of terror in Whitechapel was brief, just a few months in 1888, yet it transformed society's perception of evil forever. What began as local horror became an international obsession. More than a century later, his name still carries the same weight, proof that fear, once born, can outlive its source. To grasp why Jack the Ripper endures, we must look at how he reshaped the psychology of fear. Before him, murder was understood as something personal, a crime of passion or greed. After him, the world learned the concept of the serial killer, someone who kills not for gain, but for control, power, and psychological gratification. The Ripper forced society to confront a new kind of evil, one without clear motive, one that existed simply because it could. That realization was more terrifying than any weapon he used. In the crowded streets of Victorian London, fear became collective. People began locking doors, avoiding certain alleys, and watching strangers more closely. The police, overwhelmed and publicly criticized, struggled to maintain order. The newspapers, sensing profit in panic, fanned the flames with lurid headlines. The public's fascination grew so intense that it became a kind of dark entertainment. Every rumor was devoured, every letter claiming to be from the killer was analyzed as if it held divine truth. The Ripper, intentionally or not, had mastered something even deadlier than violence: psychological manipulation. He controlled attention. He dictated headlines. He orchestrated emotion on a citywide scale. Psychologists today would call this a form of narcissistic dominance, deriving satisfaction not just from control over victims, but from controlling the collective psyche. Whether the real killer sent the infamous "Dear Boss" letter or not, the persona that emerged from it, the taunting, mocking Ripper, became a living entity in the public mind. It was the birth of the modern criminal celebrity, an archetype that has haunted media ever since. Even more unsettling is how his anonymity gave him mythic power. In every era since, the Ripper has been reimagined. As a surgeon, a mad aristocrat, a rejected lover, even a member of the royal family. Each theory reflects the fears of its time. For Victorians, he embodied anxieties about class, the idea that the upper elite could hide perversion behind respectability. For later generations, he represented urban anonymity, the terror of cities so vast that a killer could walk unnoticed among millions. For us today, he embodies the psychological enigma of evil, the enduring question of why some people take pleasure in destruction. The fascination with Jack the Ripper also gave birth to something constructive, the foundations of modern forensic psychology. His case led investigators to analyze patterns, timing, and behavior rather than just physical evidence. It was among the first times the concept of a criminal profile emerged, even if primitive by today's standards. Detectives began to realize that to catch such a person, they needed to think like him, to study not just what he did, but why. The Ripper changed investigation from a physical pursuit into a psychological one, but as the science of crime evolved, so did the myth. Books, films, and theories transformed the Ripper into a cultural symbol, not merely a murderer, but a metaphor for the hidden darkness of modern life. His image became romanticized, distorted, and endlessly retold. He was no longer a man, he was a mystery too large to solve. And that, perhaps, is what people find irresistible about him. That in an age obsessed with logic, Jack the Ripper represents the limits of knowledge. He is the line between what can be explained and what can't. There's also a moral mirror hidden within his legend. Victorian London prided itself on progress, electric lights, industry, science, empire. Yet beneath that progress lay poverty, exploitation, and indifference. The Ripper's victims were poor women, invisible to the system until their deaths. His story revealed a truth society preferred to ignore, that beneath the polished image of civilization, suffering was everywhere. In that sense, the Ripper didn't just expose human cruelty, he exposed hypocrisy. He forced a city that prided itself on morality to confront its own neglect. Psychologically, the killer's anonymity allowed every social class to project its fears onto him. To the rich, he was proof that poverty bred savagery. To the poor, he was evidence that the wealthy were untouchable and monstrous. To everyone else, he was a reminder that evil doesn't discriminate. By remaining faceless, the Ripper became the embodiment of universal fear, a figure who could be anyone, anywhere, at any time. That's why his story persists even now. In a world of cameras and databases where anonymity should be impossible, his legacy thrives not in fact, but in the fear of what we still can't see. From a psychological standpoint, the Ripper case also demonstrates how trauma imprints itself on collective memory. London's East End eventually healed, the city rebuilt, and technology advanced. Yet the emotional scar remained. Generations later, people still walk those same cobblestone streets with curiosity, as if tracing the outline of fear itself. The story has been retold so many times that it's almost ritualistic, a way of confronting the unknown by giving it a name, even if that name belongs to a ghost. Jack the Ripper's true identity may never be known, but perhaps that's fitting. His power has always come from mystery, from the absence of closure. If he had been caught, his name might have faded into history like so many others. But because he vanished, he became eternal. He lingers not as a man, but as a question, the same one that continues to haunt the human mind. How well do we really know the people who walk beside us in the dark? In the end, Jack the Ripper represents more than a historical killer. He's a psychological phenomenon. His story marks the moment fear became modern, when violence merged with media and myth. He reminds us that evil doesn't always need a face. Sometimes the absence of one is what keeps it alive. The streets of Whitechapel are quiet now, the fog long gone, but in the silence, his legend breathes still, whispering the timeless truth that what terrifies us most is not the darkness itself, but the thought that it's watching from just beyond the light. If evil can sometimes hide behind charm and intellect, as in H. Holmes or Jack the Ripper, then in Karl Panzram it wore no disguise at all. His was a mind sculpted not by privilege or cunning, but by pain, pure, relentless, and formative. Unlike the refined sociopaths who manipulated their way through society, Panzram was forged in brutality and answered the world with the same language it taught him: violence. His life wasn't a story of mystery or deception. It was a psychological case study in how cruelty breeds cruelty and how unchecked rage can consume an entire existence. Karl Panzram was born in 1891 in Minnesota, the son of poor German immigrants. From the beginning, his life was marked by deprivation. He was beaten by his parents, mocked by peers, and sent to reform schools where discipline meant humiliation and torture. These institutions were meant to correct wayward youth, but in practice, they broke them. Every punishment, every lash, reinforced the same lesson. The world was not a place of justice, but of domination. By the time he was 12, Panzram's concept of morality had already fractured beyond repair. He escaped from the school, and from that moment on, he lived entirely by one rule: hurt before you are hurt. That rule became his religion. Throughout his adolescence, Panzram drifted across America like a storm, stealing, fighting, and rebelling against every form of authority. Every arrest only hardened him further. Prisons in early 20th century America were brutal places where cruelty was disguised as correction. Guards used pain to enforce obedience, and inmates learned that survival depended on violence. In this environment, Panzram evolved into something both tragic and terrifying, a man who equated suffering with strength. When he later described his life, he didn't ask for sympathy. He wanted people to understand that his hatred wasn't random. It was cultivated. Psychologists studying his writings describe them as among the most brutally honest documents ever produced by a criminal mind. Panzram didn't romanticize his actions or attempt to justify them. He wrote with chilling clarity, outlining how every beating, every betrayal, shaped him into what he became. "I wish the human race had one neck," he once said, "and I had my hands on it." That statement wasn't just rhetoric, it was philosophy. He believed humanity was inherently cruel and hypocritical, and he took pride in reflecting that cruelty back at the world. What makes Panzram's story psychologically fascinating isn't his violence, but his self-awareness. He knew exactly what he was, and he didn't care to change. Unlike the delusional killers who imagined themselves chosen or justified, Panzram never lied to himself. His hatred was deliberate. He saw morality as a lie invented by the powerful to control the weak. To him, goodness was manipulation in disguise. The world had taken his childhood, and he spent the rest of his life proving that he could take everything else in return. His travels took him far beyond the United States. He sailed as a laborer, drifted through Africa, and left destruction in his wake. Wherever he went, he carried the same worldview, that life was nothing more than a contest of dominance. He manipulated, stole, and harmed without remorse, because in his mind, remorse was weakness. What made him so different from other criminals of his time was his intellectual detachment. He saw his actions as scientific, the natural outcome of cause and effect. If society treated him like an animal, he would become one, and he would be honest about it. In his final years, however, something remarkable happened. While imprisoned at Leavenworth Penitentiary, Panzram met a young prison guard named Henry Lesser, the first person in his life who treated him with genuine decency. Lesser saw beyond the violence and encouraged Panzram to write his life story. Against all expectations, Panzram agreed. What he produced was one of the most haunting autobiographies ever written, Killer, a Journal of Murder. In it, he chronicled not only his crimes, but his psychology, the anatomy of his rage. What emerges from those pages isn't the portrait of a mind-born evil, but of one shaped by it. Panzram didn't beg for redemption, yet his writing became a warning about the consequences of dehumanization. He made readers confront the uncomfortable truth that monsters aren't born, they're assembled piece by piece through cruelty and neglect. His words drip with hatred, but between the lines lies something even more tragic. A faint, unfulfilled longing for compassion that never came. Modern psychologists interpret Panzram as an extreme case of antisocial personality disorder compounded by trauma. His emotional wiring was severed so early that empathy never had a chance to develop. Yet his intellect remained intact, creating a devastating combination: a mind capable of understanding morality but incapable of feeling it. Unlike other killers who sought control or pleasure, Panzram sought revenge on existence itself. Every act of violence was an accusation against the world. When he was finally sentenced to death in 1930, he refused to appeal. In fact, he insisted on his execution. "Hurry it up," he told the guards. "I could hang a dozen men while you're fooling around." Even at the end, he rejected pity. He viewed death not as punishment, but as freedom. Freedom from hypocrisy, from suffering, and from the human race he despised. Yet paradoxically, through his writings, Pansram gave psychology a gift. He forced society to confront its own responsibility in the making of monsters. His life became a case study in how violence perpetuates itself across generations and systems. He was a mirror, reflecting not just his hatred, but the cruelty that created it. To this day, his words unsettle because they blur the line between victim and villain. Pansram never asked for forgiveness, and maybe that's why his story endures. It forces us to face a grim but vital truth, that every act of cruelty leaves an echo, and that echo can grow into something far more dangerous than we can imagine. Karl Pansram's life was not one of mystery or deceit. It was a chronicle of what happens when empathy dies and rage takes its place. In him, we see humanity's darkest equation. Pain multiplied by time equals hatred without limit. And perhaps the scariest part of all is knowing that he wasn't born that way. He was taught. Karl Pansram's story didn't end at the gallows. Not truly. His body may have fallen, but his mind left behind something that still echoes in criminology and philosophy today. When Henry Lesser, the guard who befriended him, published Killer, a journal of murder, decades later, it shook the public and the academic world alike. Here was a man who had committed unspeakable acts, and yet, in his writings, he sounded less like a raving madman and more like a philosopher dissecting his own damnation. Pansram's confessions forced humanity to confront an uncomfortable question. Do we create the very monsters we later destroy? Throughout his life, Pansram lived in a loop of punishment and rebellion. From reform schools to penitentiaries, every environment he entered was designed to correct him, and every one of them failed. In his own words, he described how punishment didn't break him. It hardened him. "Every beating I got made me worse," he wrote. "The more I was punished, the more I learned to hate." That statement remains one of the most disturbing yet insightful observations about the psychology of violence. It reveals a truth society still struggles with. Cruelty does not cure cruelty, it replicates it. Modern psychologists who study institutional violence often point to Pansram's life as a case study in the cycle of abuse. The conditions that shaped him, poverty, humiliation, and relentless punishment, were the same ones the justice system continued to reinforce. He was punished not just for what he did, but for what he represented: defiance. And each time he was confined, he responded by proving his captors right, acting out the role they forced upon him. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy, one that the system couldn't escape and that Pansram refused to deny. The brilliance of his autobiography lies in how clearly he saw this paradox. He didn't beg for mercy or redemption because he didn't believe either existed. In his mind, morality was a lie told by the powerful. The state executed men like him, while celebrating generals and politicians who caused far greater suffering. To Pansram, civilization itself was hypocrisy in motion, a world where violence was condemned only when it wasn't sanctioned by law. "I am only what you made me," he told his executioners, "but I am better at it than you." Those words sting because they expose a truth we instinctively want to deny, that the line between justice and vengeance is thinner than we think. Psychologically, Pansram was the product of what modern psychiatry would call complex trauma, a condition where prolonged exposure to abuse reshapes the brain's emotional architecture. He learned to associate control with survival, rage with strength, and compassion with danger. When he entered adulthood, Those lessons became his moral compass. He wasn't born devoid of empathy. It was methodically stripped away by the institutions that were supposed to save him. In that sense, Panzram's hatred wasn't spontaneous. It was systemic. But there's another layer to his story, one that makes it both tragic and strangely redemptive. His writings, raw, articulate and unfiltered, became a window into the mechanics of dehumanization. By documenting his own fall, Panzram helped psychologists, criminologists, and even ethicists understand how violence evolves from emotion into ideology. He turned his life into a warning that still resonates today. When punishment replaces understanding, it doesn't correct evil, it manufactures it. In one of his most haunting passages, he describes looking at the world from his cell, knowing that everyone saw him as irredeemable. "I am beyond saving," he wrote, "but maybe you can learn something from me." That sentence captures the paradox of Karl Panzram, a man who rejected redemption yet offered wisdom. He didn't ask to be pitied, but he demanded to be seen, not as a monster from birth, but as evidence of what neglect and cruelty can sculpt out of a human being. His clarity made him terrifying, not because he glorified violence, but because he understood it so well. When psychologists read his writings today, they see a profile defined not by insanity, but by cognitive dissonance. He was self-aware, but emotionally detached, rational, but deeply nihilistic. This rare combination, intellect without empathy, awareness without conscience, creates a form of moral anesthesia. Panzram didn't believe in good or evil. He believed only in power and consequence. In that worldview, kindness was manipulation and forgiveness was weakness. It's easy to call that evil, but it's more accurate to call it emptiness, the void that remains when every emotional connection to the world is severed. Even in his final days, he refused the comfort of repentance. When priests visited his cell, he dismissed them. When reporters tried to provoke remorse, he mocked them. He didn't seek to be understood. He sought to make others uncomfortable with their own contradictions. His execution wasn't just a punishment, it was his final act of defiance. As the noose was placed around his neck, his last recorded words to the hangman were, "Hurry it up, you Hoosier bastard. I could hang a dozen men while you're fooling around." That bitter humor was the perfect summary of his life, defiant, unapologetic, and unbroken by fear. Yet perhaps the most unsettling part of Karl Panzram's story is what it reveals about us. His hatred was inhuman, but its origins were entirely human. He forces us to ask how many of society's monsters are born from the same soil, from broken systems, loveless environments, and endless cycles of punishment mistaken for justice. If the measure of civilization is how it treats its most damaged members, then Panzram's story stands as a haunting reflection of failure. Today, his name is studied in criminal psychology not for what he did, but for what he represents. The psychology of vengeance turned inward. His life warns that every act of cruelty plants a seed that may one day bloom in someone else's rage. When society stops seeing people as human, they stop seeing humanity in return. That's what Karl Panzram became, a mirror so dark that few dare to look into it. He died believing the world was irredeemable. But his words, ironically, became a plea for the opposite, a call to understand how easily pain becomes hatred when left unhealed. His story lingers not because it's sensational, but because it's honest, and honesty, in its rawest form, can be more terrifying than any act of evil. In the jagged highlands of South America, where mist clings to the Andes and mountain villages rest under thin veils of cloud, there lived a man whose name would one day terrify 3 nations. Pedro Alonso Lopez, known to history as the Monster of the Andes, is often described as one of the most prolific killers in recorded history. But beyond the staggering statistics and chilling nickname lies something even more disturbing, a portrait of a man shaped by despair, cruelty, and a society too fractured to stop him. His story forces us to confront the limits of understanding and the terrifying reach of human darkness when left unchecked. Lopez was born in 1948 in Colombia, into a world already cracked by poverty and violence. His early life, much like Karl Panzram's, reads like the blueprint for psychological collapse. His father was killed before his birth, and his mother, a destitute prostitute, raised him amid chaos and instability. As a child, he witnessed acts of violence that most adults could scarcely imagine. By the time he was 8, he had run away from home, escaping abuse only to face the same cruelty on the streets. He lived among thieves, beggars, and outcasts, learning early that compassion was a weakness and survival required cunning. Street life in mid-20th century Colombia was brutal, especially for children. Lopez became one of the countless homeless youth who slept in abandoned buildings and markets. These children, invisible to most of society, were easy prey for predators, and in a cruel twist of fate, Lopez himself was one of them. He was reportedly abducted and abused by a stranger, an event that psychologists later cited as a defining trauma. In that moment, the boy who had already lost trust in the world lost something deeper: empathy. Like Panzram, he internalized the violence inflicted upon him, and over time, he began to reflect it outward. His adolescence was marked by petty theft, homelessness, and frequent arrests. Prisons in Colombia at the time were harsh, places where brutality ruled and rehabilitation was little more than a word. Every punishment, every assault deepened his hatred for the world that had abandoned him. When he was finally released in the early 1970s, he carried with him a worldview stripped of morality. He was no longer a victim seeking survival. He was a predator seeking control. And for the next decade, that control would manifest in ways so disturbing that even seasoned investigators struggled to comprehend them. Lopez's crimes stretched across Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, where political instability and weak law enforcement made it nearly impossible to track him. He targeted the most vulnerable, young girls from impoverished villages, often those who were never reported missing. The pattern was chillingly consistent and devastatingly efficient. In interviews years later, Lopez spoke of his crimes with an eerie calm, describing them as if recounting someone else's actions. His demeanor lacked rage. It carried precision. To him, his acts were not explosions of anger, but rituals of control, the only form of power he had ever known. What makes Lopez such a disturbing figure in criminology is not only the scale of his crimes, but the psychology of detachment behind them. He didn't act out of insanity or passion, but from a calculated belief that he was restoring some twisted balance. "I am the son of pain," he once said, and in his mind, that justified everything. He viewed the world as an endless chain of cruelty, one in which he was both victim and avenger. His logic, warped as it was, offered him comfort. It gave meaning to a life that had otherwise been nothing but chaos. Psychologists who later studied him described his behavior as psychopathic rationalization, the process by which an individual constructs elaborate justifications to erase guilt. Lopez didn't deny his crimes, he explained them. He wasn't delusional, he was disturbingly lucid. His interviews reveal a man who understood the consequences of his actions, yet felt no moral connection to them. He described his victims not as people, but as dolls, as if language itself could strip them of humanity. It was this chilling linguistic detachment that truly defined his pathology. By turning human life into metaphor, he erased empathy entirely. But perhaps what makes his story most horrifying isn't just the crimes, it's what happened afterward. In 1980, Lopez was finally captured in Ecuador after attempting to kidnap a girl. He confessed to over 300 murders across 3 countries, leading authorities to multiple burial sites. The details of his testimony stunned the world, but what followed shocked it even more. In 1994, after serving just 14 years in prison, Lopez was released for good behavior. Ecuador's legal system at the time had no provision for life imprisonment. He was handed over to Colombian authorities, briefly institutionalized, then released again in 1998, free to vanish into the world that once created him. That single fact, that one of the deadliest killers in history walked free, is perhaps the most haunting element of all. It forces us to question not just Lopez's psychology, but society's. How could a man capable of such destruction slip through the cracks again and again? The answer lies partly in the instability of the time. Latin America in the 1970s and 80s was fractured by political upheaval, corruption, and poverty. In such an environment, justice was fragile, and human life, especially the lives of the poor, was often devalued. Lopez thrived in that vacuum, moving through borders like a ghost, unseen by systems too overwhelmed to stop him. To this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. Some reports claim he was rearrested, others insist he disappeared entirely. Whether he died in obscurity or continued to live quietly under another name, no one can say. And perhaps that uncertainty is fitting. For Lopez, anonymity was both his weapon and his escape, the ability to blend into a world that had long ignored people like him. Pedro Alonso Lopez is remembered not only as a killer, but as a case study in systemic failure, how trauma, neglect, and institutional collapse can merge to create something monstrous. He wasn't born in the shadows, he was pushed there, then forgotten. His life is a brutal reminder that evil doesn't exist in isolation. It grows in silence, in places where pain festers and justice looks the other way. And in that sense, Lopez's story is not only about one man's darkness, but about the darkness of a world that allowed him to exist for so long. When Pedro Alonso Lopez was finally captured in 1980, the world was unprepared for what it was about to hear. The man seated before Ecuadorian police wasn't ranting or trembling. He was calm, eerily calm. He spoke softly, with the same tone one might use to describe the weather. There was no anger, no visible guilt, no emotion at all. As the officers listened, they began to realize that this wasn't a routine confession. It was a map of graves scattered across 3 nations, stretching from Colombia to Ecuador and Peru. What they had uncovered wasn't just a killer. It was a phenomenon of horror that blurred the boundaries of reason and humanity. Lopez's confessions came without resistance. He seemed almost eager to explain himself. When interrogators asked why he committed the crimes, he didn't hesitate. "I like young people," he said, his voice steady. "They are pure, and I take them to paradise." The words sent shivers down the room. Psychologists who later reviewed the transcripts would note how his statements revealed not insanity, but psychopathic delusion by design, the creation of a fantasy that allowed him to rationalize his actions while maintaining internal consistency. He didn't see his acts as evil. He saw them as destiny, as though he were fulfilling some twisted order in a chaotic world. Unlike other killers who basked in attention, Lopez didn't crave fame. What he wanted was acknowledgement, to be understood. That's what made him so chilling. His tone suggested a man who believed his reasoning made sense, that what he had done was almost logical if you accepted his worldview. He saw himself as a teacher of pain, showing the world what it truly was, cruel, corrupt, and indifferent. And in that delusion lay his power, moral inversion. the belief that wrongdoing is justified if the world itself is unjust. When Lopez led investigators to the burial sites, even seasoned officers broke down. The scope was staggering. Hundreds of graves scattered across isolated valleys and riverbanks, each one holding a story that would never be told. Ecuadorian officials, overwhelmed by the evidence, struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what they had found. The media called him El Monstruo de los Andes, the monster of the Andes, a name that captured not only his brutality, but also his almost mythic aura. In regions already haunted by political violence and disappearances, Lopez became a symbol of something even darker, the face of evil that thrives in chaos. Forensic psychologists later studied his case to understand how someone could commit so many crimes without being caught for years. The answer lay in geography, poverty, and indifference. His victims were the forgotten, children of rural families who lived too far from police stations, too poor to make their disappearances matter. In many villages, missing persons reports were never filed because the families had no faith in law enforcement. Lopez exploited that invisibility with precision. He didn't just choose victims, he chose societies that wouldn't protect them. In that sense, his crimes were not just acts of violence, but indictments of inequality. The investigators who interviewed Lopez described moments of unbearable contrast. At times he spoke with arrogance, detailing his methods with unsettling pride. At others he appeared detached, even reflective, as if discussing a stranger. He showed no fear of punishment, perhaps because he never believed he would face any real consequences. "They will let me go," he once said, and disturbingly, he was right. In 1994, after serving just 14 years in prison, Ecuador released him for good behavior. He was handed to Colombian authorities, declared sane, and then quietly freed. The man who admitted to taking hundreds of lives simply disappeared. The decision to release him sparked outrage among criminologists and human rights advocates. How could a confessed mass murderer be set free? The answer lies in the gaps of the legal systems of the time. Ecuadorian law did not allow for life imprisonment, and mental health institutions lacked the capacity to contain someone like Lopez indefinitely. In a cruel twist of bureaucracy, he became a free man, a living reminder of how justice can sometimes fail those who need it most. His release raised a chilling question that lingers to this day. How many more lives were lost after 1998 in silence, with no one to trace them back? Psychologically, Lopez's case continues to puzzle experts. Unlike other serial killers, he displayed no impulsive behavior, no manic episodes, no trauma flashbacks that triggered sudden violence. Instead, he operated with frightening consistency and control, characteristics associated with organized psychopathy. He planned meticulously, avoided attention, and adapted his methods as he crossed borders. His detachment wasn't emotional chaos. It was a conscious absence. That's what made him so incomprehensible to investigators. He didn't kill because of rage or pleasure. He killed because it reinforced his illusion of power over a world that had once rendered him powerless. In interviews, Lopez often deflected moral judgment by pointing to his childhood. He saw himself as both product and punishment, a mirror of the cruelty he endured. "I was left alone," he said. "Now I leave others alone in death." That statement is one of the most disturbing expressions of trauma rationalization ever recorded. He turned his suffering into justification, his victimhood into vengeance. And society, by failing to stop him, inadvertently affirmed his worldview, that pain was universal and justice meaningless. For psychologists, his story underscores how the absence of empathy can coexist with intelligence and planning. Lopez wasn't insane. He was hollow. He represented the ultimate void of conscience, a man who understood morality perfectly, yet felt none of it. That void is what truly defines the mind of the serial killer. The capacity to understand humanity intellectually but remain untouched by it emotionally. Lopez embodied that contradiction so completely that he became a case study in psychopathy's coldest form. As the years passed, rumors of his fate spread. Some say he was rearrested, others claim he vanished into the Andean wilderness. No official record confirms either. Perhaps he died in obscurity. Perhaps he lived quietly, another ghost blending into the crowd. But the fear he left behind, the idea that a man could commit such horror, serve such little time and disappear, still haunts South America. In small towns across Colombia and Ecuador, mothers still warn their children not to wander too far, invoking his name like a curse. Pedro Alonso Lopez remains a symbol of the ultimate failure of justice and empathy alike. A man who emerged from poverty and pain, and whose legacy reminds the world that evil doesn't need to hide in the dark. Sometimes it walks freely under daylight, unnoticed, until it's far too late. There are few figures in history who embody betrayal as deeply as Harold Shipman, the British physician who shattered the very foundation of trust between doctor and patient. Unlike the killers who stalked shadows or preyed on strangers, Shipman operated under fluorescent lights, inside tidy clinics, surrounded by certificates and the quiet confidence of authority. His victims didn't fear him, they trusted him. And that's what makes his story so terrifying. The realization that evil doesn't always wear a mask. Sometimes it wears a stethoscope. Harold Shipman was born in 1946 in Nottingham, England, into what seemed like an ordinary working-class family. His childhood, though relatively stable, was marked by a single emotional wound: his mother's death from cancer when he was 17. During her illness, Shipman watched as doctors administered morphine to ease her pain. It was a moment that left a deep impression on him. To most, morphine symbolized mercy. But to young Harold, it seemed to represent control over life and death. Psychologists later suggested that this early experience may have planted the seed of his eventual pathology, the belief that he alone should decide who lived and who died. Shipman pursued medicine with determination, excelling academically and quickly earning a reputation as a competent, even compassionate physician. He married, had children, and opened a general practice, the image of respectability. Yet beneath the surface, something darker was growing. His need for control began to manifest early. In 1975, he was caught forging prescriptions for pethidine, an opioid similar to morphine, which he was secretly using himself. The scandal should have ended his career, but after a brief rehabilitation period, he returned to practice. No one could have predicted that this decision, that one act of leniency, would ultimately cost hundreds of lives. Over the next 2 decades, Shipman's patients adored him. He made house calls, remembered birthdays, and treated his elderly patients with kindness. To the outside world, he was the perfect family doctor. But behind that genial mask, he was methodically ending lives. His weapon wasn't rage or brutality, it was trust. He administered lethal doses of morphine or diamorphine, often under the guise of treatment or pain relief. His victims, mostly elderly women, died peacefully, unaware that the man offering comfort was orchestrating their deaths. What's chilling about Shipman is that he didn't fit the pattern of typical killers. He wasn't motivated by money, hatred, or thrill. His crimes stemmed from a God complex, a psychological delusion of omnipotence where one sees themselves as the arbiter of fate. In his mind, he wasn't destroying life, he was mastering it. His victims often appeared serene, their families even grateful for his care. Death certificates were signed without question. For years, no one suspected a thing. In a profession built on compassion, Harold Shipman weaponized benevolence itself. His precision was clinical. He kept meticulous records, forging documents to make deaths appear natural. He even encouraged families to cremate their loved ones, ensuring no autopsies could reveal the truth. For over 20 years, he operated with impunity, the very image of professionalism. It wasn't until 1998, when a local undertaker noticed an unusually high number of Shipman's patients dying under similar conditions, that suspicion began to grow. The pattern was too consistent, too neat. Healthy, elderly women, often alone, often dying shortly after seeing the doctor. When investigators began digging into Shipman's patient records, the truth unraveled with horrifying speed. Statistical analysis revealed that his death rates were several times higher than any other physician in the area. Further forensic testing on exhumed bodies confirmed the presence of lethal morphine doses. It was undeniable. The trusted doctor of Hyde, Greater Manchester, had become one of the most prolific serial killers in recorded history. Shipman was arrested in September 1998, but his calm demeanor never faltered. During questioning, he denied everything with quiet confidence, as though the evidence itself were beneath him. His arrogance was striking. He seemed almost offended that anyone would challenge his authority. When confronted with the scale of his crimes, he showed no remorse, no flicker of empathy or fear. In his silence, psychologists saw the hallmark of psychopathic narcissism, an unshakable conviction of superiority combined with total emotional detachment. At his trial in 2000, Shipman was convicted of 15 murders, though investigators believe the true number may exceed 250. Even that staggering figure remains uncertain, as many records and bodies were lost to time. During sentencing, the judge described him as evil beyond belief, a phrase that still resonates through criminology. But Shipman himself seemed unfazed. To him, the proceedings were a formality, society trying to label what it couldn't comprehend. Psychologically, his case represents one of the purest examples of instrumental psychopathy. The use of calculated, emotionless methods to achieve dominance. Unlike impulsive killers driven by rage, Shipman's actions were cold, deliberate, and self-justified. His intelligence and respectability shielded him from suspicion for years, making his crimes not just horrifying, but deeply unsettling. He proved that manipulation doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers in the tone of authority. Even in prison, he never confessed or explained his motives. When asked why he did it, he offered nothing. Some believe he saw himself as a savior, sparing his patients from aging and suffering. Others think he simply enjoyed the power, the ability to end a life and then calmly return home for tea. Both theories reflect a chilling truth, that in his mind, life and death were interchangeable, tools to express his dominance. In 2004, Shipman was found dead in his prison cell, having hanged himself on the eve of his 58th birthday. To some, his suicide was justice. To others, it was another act of control, one final assertion of power over his own fate. Even in death, he dictated the terms. The legacy of Harold Shipman rippled far beyond his victims. His crimes changed the way the medical world handles patient deaths, leading to stricter oversight, electronic record systems, and reforms in how physicians are monitored. Yet, beyond the policies and protocols, his story endures as a warning that evil doesn't always come from the fringes of society. Sometimes it comes wearing a white coat, smiling, asking how you're feeling. Shipman's quiet cruelty redefined the psychology of betrayal. He taught the world that the most terrifying monsters are not those who hide in darkness, but those who stand in plain sight, the ones we trust the most. When the name Harold Shipman became synonymous with the phrase Doctor of Death, it wasn't just because of the sheer scale of his crimes, it was because of what he represented. He shattered a sacred bond, one that forms the foundation of modern civilization, the trust between healer and patient. His victims didn't meet their end in dark alleys or abandoned buildings. They met it in the most ordinary of places, their living rooms, hospitals, and clinics. That's what makes Shipman's story so haunting. The realization that evil can thrive in spaces we associate with safety. Psychologically, Shipman's actions defy the typical motivations behind serial killing. He didn't fit the archetype of rage, lust, or thrill-driven violence. Instead, his pathology stemmed from something colder and more deliberate: pathological control. The driving force behind his murders was not chaos but order, not passion but dominance. He saw life itself as a system he could manage, edit, and finalize. Each patient became a variable, and death was simply the equation's conclusion. In that sterile logic, we see one of the purest forms of narcissistic psychopathy, a worldview where morality is replaced by calculation. After his conviction, criminologists dissected his behavior with meticulous care. The first question was obvious. Why would a man who had everything, intelligence, career, respect, choose to destroy it all? The answer lay in his God complex. Shipman didn't crave fame or recognition. Unlike Ted Bundy or Richard Ramirez, he didn't want to be seen. What he wanted was complete, invisible power, the ability to decide who lived and who didn't, without question, without resistance, without consequence. To him, that wasn't evil. It was perfection. He was the architect of existence, and each death was a silent signature of authority. This delusion of omnipotence is what psychologists call malignant narcissism, a fusion of ego, control, and emotional detachment so severe that empathy ceases to exist. In Shipman's case, his intelligence and social status amplified it. Society trusted him by default, giving him access to the most vulnerable, the elderly, the sick, the lonely. His charm wasn't theatrical but professional. He didn't need to manipulate emotions with charisma. The structure of his role did it for him. Every title, every white coat, every prescription pad became part of his disguise. His authority itself was the mask. And yet, perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Shipman's story is how long it took for anyone to notice. For over 20 years, he operated in plain sight, unchallenged. His victims' families often praised him, believing he had eased their loved ones' pain. The system, both medical and legal, failed to question him because he fit the archetype of trustworthiness. It wasn't until statistics betrayed him that anyone dared to suspect the unthinkable. In that sense, Shipman didn't just exploit trust, he exposed how fragile it truly is. When the case finally broke open, the emotional aftermath rippled through Britain like an earthquake. Every hospital, every clinic, every doctor-patient interaction suddenly felt different. If a man like Harold Shipman could do this, who else could? The public's faith in medicine, something built over centuries, was shaken to its core. Patients began questioning every prescription, every death certificate. Doctors began questioning themselves. The government launched the Shipman Inquiry, one of the most extensive investigations in British history, uncovering deep flaws in how medical oversight worked. The inquiry didn't just focus on Shipman's crimes. It examined the system that enabled them. It revealed how doctors could certify deaths without review, how prescription monitoring was lax, and how elderly deaths were rarely investigated. Reforms followed: stricter controls on controlled substances, cross-checking of patient mortality rates, and the digitalization of records to prevent falsification. In a sense, Shipman's legacy was paradoxical. His evil forced progress. His betrayal forced transparency. But at an emotional level, the damage was irreversible. The unspoken comfort that your doctor is there to help you would never carry the same certainty again. For forensic psychologists, Shipman's case remains a cornerstone in the study of covert psychopathy, the kind that hides behind charm, intellect, and stability. He didn't stand out, he blended in. His calmness, his politeness, his respectability, all traits society rewards, became weapons. It's this camouflage that makes him far more frightening than any killer who hides in shadows. Because Shipman proved that the most dangerous predators are not always those who lurk outside your door. Sometimes they're the ones you willingly invite inside. What separates Shipman from most serial killers is the sheer banality of his evil. His methods were not dramatic, his motives not theatrical. He didn't chase chaos, he engineered it quietly. He didn't seek the thrill of the act, he sought the peace that came after. For years, no one questioned the calm that followed his visits, until they realized that calm was the silence of death. That realization shook psychology to its core, challenging traditional definitions of motive and pleasure. Shipman didn't kill for excitement. He killed for equilibrium, a horrifying need to maintain control over mortality itself. In one of the inquiry's reports, an expert noted that Shipman's behavior represented the complete corruption of the healer archetype. This idea resonates far beyond criminology. It touches something primal in human emotion. The healer has always been a symbol of safety, the one who restores balance when chaos intrudes. When that figure becomes the source of chaos, it inverts one of humanity's oldest myths. That inversion, that betrayal, is what gives the Shipman case its unique psychological gravity. Even today, his name lingers in the collective psyche, not as a monster from legend, but as a reminder of vulnerability. His story warns that trust must always be balanced with accountability, and that authority, no matter how noble it seems, should never be absolute. Because the moment we stop questioning, we open the door for another Shipman to step through. In the end, the scariest thing about Harold Shipman wasn't his intelligence or his method, it was his normalcy. He wasn't a shadow in the dark. He was the man who smiled at you, who checked your pulse, who told you everything would be okay. His evil wasn't loud, it was quiet, systematic, and polite. That's why his story endures, because it reminds us that trust, once broken, can never be repaired the same way again. In the collapsing twilight of the Soviet Union, amid the paranoia, shortages, and silence of a nation struggling to maintain control, there emerged a man whose crimes would expose the darkness festering beneath its iron facade. His name was Andrei Chikatilo, but to the terrified people of Russia, he would become known as the Butcher of Rostov. For over a decade, his reign of terror haunted the Soviet countryside, a nightmare the state tried desperately to deny, because in a system that claimed to have eradicated evil, admitting that such a man existed was unthinkable. Chikatilo's story is one of contradictions. He was a husband, a father, a teacher, a man who appeared ordinary, even forgettable. Yet behind that mild exterior lived a psychological storm born from trauma, repression, and an aching need for power. His crimes were horrifying, not only for their brutality, but for what they revealed about the psychology of control, alienation, and moral decay under authoritarian silence. He was not a monster born in chaos. He was constructed by it. Born in 1936 in a small Ukrainian village ravaged by Stalin's famine, Chikatilo's earliest memories were defined by hunger, fear, and death. Starvation wasn't just physical, it was emotional. Families turned on one another for survival. Rumors spread that neighbors resorted to cannibalism. In this environment, trust died early. His father was later imprisoned during World War II, while his mother told him a story that would scar him forever, that his older brother had been kidnapped and eaten by neighbors. Whether true or not, that image imprinted itself on the child's mind, a grotesque fusion of fear, shame, and helplessness that would shape his psychological landscape for life. As he grew older, Chikatilo's emotional world remained fractured. He was intelligent but withdrawn, excelling in academics, yet failing socially. His physical insecurities, including chronic impotence, filled him with humiliation and rage. In the rigid moral structure of Soviet life, where strength and conformity were valued above all, Chikatilo's sense of inadequacy festered in silence. He couldn't express his frustration, so he learned to suppress it. That repression became fuel, a psychological pressure cooker waiting to explode. In his early adulthood, he pursued education, married, and became a schoolteacher. Outwardly, he embodied the Soviet ideal: hard-working, disciplined, loyal. But behind closed doors, he battled a growing obsession with domination and control. When he discovered that fear could evoke the same sensations that intimacy could not, his pathology took form. The inability to experience normal emotional or physical connection became a perverse addiction to terror. Forensic psychiatrists later described this as sadistic substitution, when violence replaces intimacy as the only form of release. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, Chikatilo roamed the outskirts of Rostov-on-Don, a southern Russian city surrounded by forests and railway lines. His victims were often the voiceless of society: runaways, street children, and vulnerable women. The Soviet Union, still obsessed with maintaining its image of order, refused to admit that a serial killer could exist within its borders. For years, authorities insisted that the murders were isolated incidents, the work of hooligans or drifters. This denial allowed Chikatilo to operate freely, his crimes hidden behind bureaucracy and fear of political embarrassment. He was meticulous in his methods. He avoided patterns that could be traced, selected victims from different regions, and exploited the inefficiency of a government that prioritized appearances over truth. He blended into the very structure designed to prevent people like him from existing. His quiet demeanor and reputation as a family man disarmed suspicion. Police interrogated hundreds, arrested dozens, and even executed an innocent man, all while the real killer remained free, quietly feeding on the illusion of control he had created. The psychological duality of Chikatilo fascinated investigators once he was finally captured. On the surface, he seemed incapable of violence, soft-spoken, timid, even nervous. But beneath that mildness was a complete disconnection from empathy. He described his acts not with horror, but with explanation, as if they were unfortunate necessities rather than choices. This blend of intellectual detachment and emotional vacancy is what defines many organized psychopaths. He wasn't driven by insanity, he was driven by compulsion, a cold, methodical desire to dominate life itself. For years he managed to live a double life, a respected member of society by day, a predator by night. That duality is perhaps the most chilling part of his story. It's one thing to imagine a killer lurking in the shadows. It's far more terrifying to realize that one can exist within the walls of normalcy. His neighbors described him as quiet, polite, and unremarkable. No one suspected that the man who tutored their children or chatted with them on train platforms was, in reality, orchestrating one of the most gruesome killing sprees in modern history. What set Chikatilo apart from many other serial killers was his emotional self-awareness. He kept journals and made mental notes of his feelings during his crimes. He didn't deny his compulsion. He analyzed it. He understood that his violence came from humiliation and control, from the desire to compensate for a lifetime of impotence, not just physical, but emotional. That awareness didn't redeem him. It made him more terrifying. It showed that he knew the difference between right and wrong, but simply didn't care. His crimes finally came to an end in 1990, after a massive investigation that lasted nearly a decade. When he was arrested, the Soviet Union itself was collapsing, a symbolic end to both a killer and the system that had allowed him to thrive. His confession, spanning hours of unfiltered detail, shocked even hardened detectives. "I am a mistake of nature," he reportedly said, "a mad beast." But behind that admission lay something more sinister, a man who understood that he had become the embodiment of everything society refused to acknowledge about itself, the rot beneath the veneer of order. Psychologists who studied Chikatilo later concluded that his crimes were not only the product of individual pathology, but also of systemic repression. He was, in many ways, a creation of the Soviet machine, a man taught to suppress emotion, obedience replacing empathy, secrecy replacing accountability. His killings were the ultimate eruption of a life spent in emotional isolation. Andrei Chikatilo's story forces us to confront one of the most unsettling truths about human psychology, that the line between order and chaos, between civility and savagery, can be frighteningly thin. Underneath the weight of repression, the mind can warp in unimaginable ways. He wasn't just the butcher of Rostov, he was the shadow of a nation's silence. When Andrei Chikatilo was finally captured in 1990, it felt as though the Soviet Union itself was being forced to face its reflection in a cracked mirror. For years, his crimes had been hidden beneath bureaucracy, silence, and denial. Now, as the system that had shielded him began to crumble, the truth could no longer be buried. The man the media dubbed the Butcher of Rostov had killed with impunity for more than a decade, leaving behind a trail of horror that stretched across forests, train stations, and city outskirts. But what stunned the world most wasn't just what he had done. It was how he spoke about it. During his interrogation, Chikatilo wasn't the image of a snarling monster. He appeared small, almost frail, his demeanor oddly gentle. He spoke to investigators with unsettling calm, even politeness, as if confessing to routine errands. But his words, cold, methodical, and disturbingly vivid, painted a portrait of psychological complexity that criminologists had rarely encountered. He admitted to over 50 murders, recounting details with clinical precision. It wasn't confession born from guilt, it was dissection. He analyzed his acts as if describing a psychological experiment, fascinated by his own depravity. Forensic psychologists observing the case described his behavior as a form of emotional compartmentalization. He didn't see himself as evil, but as separate from moral judgment entirely, a man who acted outside of normal human boundaries. When questioned about his motives, he explained them with unnerving logic: frustration, humiliation, power, release. He spoke as though he were explaining cause and effect, not life and death. It was this detachment, the absence of moral vocabulary, that made him so terrifying. He didn't need to justify his acts. In his mind, they were inevitable. The Soviet investigators, unaccustomed to the concept of serial killing, struggled to categorize him. The term itself, serial killer, had been popularized in the West, but was rarely used in the USSR, where state ideology claimed that such crimes were a product of capitalist decay. To admit that a man like Chikatilo existed in their society was to admit that evil could exist anywhere, even under socialism. For years, the state had resisted acknowledging his existence, arresting and even executing innocent men in the process. When his guilt finally became undeniable, it forced a national reckoning, not just about crime, but about truth itself. Psychiatrists were brought in to evaluate his sanity. What they found was not madness in the traditional sense, but something far more disturbing: organized psychopathy. Chikatilo was fully aware of his actions, capable of understanding their consequences, yet emotionally incapable of empathy or remorse. His intellect and control made him even more dangerous. He had kept meticulous mental records of his crimes, revisiting them in memory like a collector admiring a morbid gallery. In psychological terms, he displayed a fusion of sadistic compulsion and narcissistic self-analysis, deriving satisfaction not from chaos, but from mastery over fear. His trial in 1992 was a spectacle unlike anything Russia had ever seen. It was the first major criminal proceeding of the post-Soviet era, and it felt as if the nation was putting not just a man, but an entire era on trial. The courtroom was packed with journalists, victims' families, and curious citizens, all desperate to look into the eyes of the man who had haunted their headlines for years. But what they saw wasn't a raving monster. It was something worse. An ordinary man, almost meek in appearance, occasionally smirking as if amused by the chaos around him. That smirk became infamous, a symbol of unrepentant evil that sent shivers across Russia. At times, Chikatilo ranted and shouted, proclaiming himself the product of a cruel society. Other times, he fell silent, staring blankly into space, lost in thought. His alternating moods confused both doctors and jurors. Some experts argued that his emotional outbursts were deliberate, an attempt to manipulate perceptions of insanity. Others saw them as cracks in the facade, fleeting glimpses of the internal torment that drove him. Regardless of motive, his performance reinforced one thing, that the human mind, when warped by repression and trauma, can become a labyrinth with no exit. During the trial, the scale of his crimes came fully to light. 53 confirmed victims, though investigators suspected more. The victims' families wept as forensic evidence was read aloud. For years, they had been told their loved ones had run away, that there was no killer. Now they faced the truth, that bureaucracy and denial had allowed a predator to thrive. The trial became more than a pursuit of justice. It was a public exorcism, a symbolic act of purging the ghosts of a society that had refused to see its own flaws. Psychologically, Chikatilo represented the collapse of the mask of civilization. He wasn't born in madness, he was bred in repression. His crimes thrived in a culture that prized silence over truth, obedience over compassion. Each murder was a rebellion against powerlessness, a dark parody of control in a system that left no space for emotional expression. In his perverse way, Chikatilo embodied the suppressed rage of an entire generation raised under fear. He was not an exception to his world, but its reflection, distorted, amplified, and unleashed. When the verdict was finally read, Chikatilo showed no remorse. He stood rigid, his expression blank, as the judge sentenced him to death. "Shoot this mad beast," one juror whispered, a sentiment echoed across the nation. In 1994, he was executed by a single gunshot to the back of the head, a quiet, bureaucratic ending to a life that had defied comprehension. But his story didn't end there. In universities, police academies, and psychiatric institutions, his name became a case study in the anatomy of repression and control. His crimes forced post-Soviet Russia to modernize its criminal psychology, to accept that evil isn't bound by ideology, it exists wherever human pain festers in silence. Andrei Chikatilo remains one of history's most haunting figures, not just because of what he did, but because of what he revealed, that beneath even the most controlled societies lies the potential for unimaginable darkness. His story reminds us that no system, no nation, no ideology can ever erase the flaws of human nature. You can silence the screams, but you cannot silence what creates them. When police entered a small apartment on North 25th Street in Milwaukee in July of 1991, they weren't expecting to uncover one of the most horrifying crime scenes in American history. Inside, they found photographs, body parts, and evidence of atrocities that defied comprehension. But what shocked the world wasn't just the brutality, it was the man responsible. Jeffrey Dahmer, the soft-spoken factory worker who lived next door, had always seemed quiet, polite, and shy. He smiled when neighbors greeted him, kept to himself, and occasionally offered to share a beer. No one suspected that behind that mild demeanor lived a darkness so deep it seemed almost unreal. To understand Dahmer's mind, one has to begin with his childhood. a story of loneliness, emotional neglect, and deep psychological fragmentation. Born in 1960 in Wisconsin, Dahmer's early life appeared normal at first glance. His father, a chemist, and his mother, a homemaker, provided for him materially, but their home was filled with constant conflict. His mother suffered from mental illness and anxiety, while his father's work kept him emotionally distant. As a result, Jeffrey grew up feeling unseen, a quiet child retreating into his own inner world, one that would soon take a dark turn. Even as a boy, Dahmer displayed disturbing signs of fascination with death. He collected dead animals, dissecting them to see how they worked, as he later explained. This wasn't born of cruelty, at least not at first. It was curiosity mixed with detachment. Psychologists later labeled this behavior as an early indicator of paraphilic fixation, when fascination with death and control becomes an emotional substitute for human connection. The young Dahmer didn't feel empathy or disgust. He felt wonder. He didn't yet know that this fascination, left unchecked, would one day define him. By adolescence, his emotional isolation deepened. He struggled with identity, sexuality, and a growing sense of disconnection from reality. He began drinking heavily before he was even out of high school, not to rebel, but to silence his mind. Alcohol became a form of anesthesia, dulling his anxiety and loneliness. Friends later described him as quiet but likable, though often detached, his gaze distant, as if his thoughts were elsewhere. What no one realized was that those thoughts were already dark. After his parents' divorce and his mother's abrupt departure, Dahmer was left alone in his family home at 18. Within weeks, he committed his first murder, a young hitchhiker named Stephen Hicks. It was a spontaneous act, born of loneliness and fear of abandonment. After spending an afternoon drinking with Hicks, Dahmer panicked when his guest tried to leave. In that moment, his lifelong pattern was born: kill to prevent loss. Control became his only form of intimacy. His victim's silence was his substitute for connection. After that, years passed before he killed again. He joined the army, was discharged for alcoholism, and drifted aimlessly through life. His crimes might have ended there, but the void inside him only grew. By the late 1980s, Dahmer had fully descended into a world of obsession and compulsion. He lured men from bars and streets with the promise of companionship, only to turn that companionship into possession. His apartment became both sanctuary and prison, a place where he could freeze time, where no one could leave him again. What set Dahmer apart from many other killers was his emotional complexity. He wasn't driven by rage or ideology. He was driven by loneliness, a pathological need to keep people from leaving. His crimes, however horrific, were expressions of emotional collapse rather than chaos. In interviews after his arrest, he spoke with a detached calm, often describing his actions as if they were happening to someone else. He didn't seek to excuse them. He simply couldn't explain why the urge existed. "It's like a part of me," he said, "that I just can't get rid of." Psychologists described Dahmer as displaying a combination of borderline and schizoid traits, emotionally detached but painfully self-aware. Unlike some killers who revel in domination, Dahmer expressed shame and confusion about his compulsions. He didn't want to kill, yet he couldn't stop. His need for control over his victims stemmed from the belief that once they were dead, they couldn't reject him. It's an almost tragic distortion of human connection. Love turned inside out until it became possession. Despite living in a densely populated building, Dahmer's quiet demeanor made him invisible. Neighbors occasionally complained about foul smells or strange noises, but his politeness disarmed suspicion. He would calmly explain that he was storing spoiled meat or conducting taxidermy. The police even visited his apartment once, returning a missing 14-year-old boy who had escaped Dahmer's grasp, a horrifying failure that still haunts law enforcement history. The officers, unable or unwilling to see beyond appearances, left the boy in Dahmer's care. Hours later, the boy was dead. That moment remains one of the most chilling examples of how social perception and bias, the assumption that a clean-cut man is harmless, can blind people to evil. By the time of his arrest in 1991, Jeffrey Dahmer had confessed to killing 17 men. Yet, what disturbed investigators most wasn't just his actions, it was his candor. He spoke of his crimes with sorrow, not pride, as though describing an addiction that had consumed him. He admitted that he had long wished to stop, but couldn't. His own words revealed the paradox at the heart of his psychology: self-awareness without self-control. He understood his depravity in intellectual terms, but emotionally, he was frozen in a void he could never escape. In one chilling interview, Dahmer said, "I created my own world where I had complete control." That world, for him, was the only place where rejection didn't exist. It's a statement that continues to echo through criminal psychology. That control, when combined with loneliness and emotional detachment, can transform isolation into destruction. Jeffrey Dahmer's story forces us to confront a terrifying truth: that the human mind, when deprived of empathy and belonging, can turn inward until it consumes itself. He wasn't a monster from birth. He was a man who mistook possession for love, control for safety, and silence for peace. And when that silence finally shattered, it revealed just how fragile the boundary between normalcy and nightmare truly is. When Jeffrey Dahmer stood trial in 1992, the world watched not only for justice, but for answers. How could a man who looked so ordinary, soft-spoken, polite, even remorseful, have committed such incomprehensible acts? His calmness during the proceedings unnerved everyone in the courtroom. He didn't lash out or protest. He didn't try to shift blame. He simply sat there, listening as his crimes were recited one by one, his expression unreadable. For victims' families, that composure felt monstrous. For psychologists, it revealed something deeper: the mind of a man trapped between self-awareness and moral vacancy. The prosecution portrayed Dahmer as the embodiment of pure evil, a predator who killed without empathy or conscience. The defense, however, argued something different: that he was mentally ill, incapable of controlling his compulsions. This debate, sanity versus insanity, became one of the most significant in American criminal psychology. The key question wasn't what Dahmer had done, but why. Was he a monster beyond reason, or a man consumed by a disorder he couldn't escape? Expert testimony painted a portrait of contradictions. Dahmer was found to be intelligent, logical, and fully aware of right and wrong, traits inconsistent with insanity. Yet his compulsions, his rituals, and his inability to stop killing suggested deep psychological disturbance. He described his crimes as an attempt to keep his victims close, to make them a permanent part of his life. His words revealed a mind split between yearning and horror, a man who craved love but only understood control. The court eventually ruled that Dahmer was legally sane, convicting him on 15 counts of murder and sentencing him to multiple life terms. But what happened after his sentencing shocked everyone. In prison, Dahmer seemed to transform. Away from alcohol and impulse, he grew reflective, even philosophical. He began cooperating with psychologists, describing his thoughts with startling honesty. "I wasn't insane," he said in one interview. "I knew what I was doing was evil. I just couldn't stop. I wanted to control them, to keep them, but once I killed them, I realized I had lost everything again." Those words, fragile, almost mournful, humanized Dahmer in a way that deeply disturbed the public. It was easier to see him as a monster, a creature beyond redemption. But here was a man acknowledging his darkness, almost pleading for understanding. Forensic psychologists called this lucid remorse, the capacity to recognize one's evil without the emotional depth to feel it fully. He could describe guilt, but he couldn't truly experience it. It was as though his empathy had been surgically removed, leaving only the outline of what a human conscience should be. Inside prison, Dahmer became a paradox. Some inmates feared him, others were drawn to him, fascinated by his calm and strange charisma. He began reading religious texts, speaking with pastors, and eventually declared himself a born-again Christian. To some, it was a cynical attempt at absolution. To others, it was genuine, a final grasp at redemption from a man who had lived his entire life in emotional exile. His pastor, Roy Ratcliffe, described him as quiet, introspective, and sincere in his faith. He never denied his guilt, Ratcliffe said. He believed forgiveness didn't erase what he had done. It was the only thing that could make sense of it. Psychologically, this transformation fascinated experts. Could a man so devoid of empathy truly find faith? Or was it merely another attempt to regain control, this time over his soul instead of his victims? The answer remains uncertain. Some see Dahmer's conversion as evidence that even the darkest minds can reach for light. Others view it as the final act of a manipulator, an extension of the same control he had always sought. In interviews before his death, Dahmer often spoke about morality and accountability. "I think everyone deserves punishment for what they do," he told one journalist. "I've accepted mine." He discussed his crimes with a kind of clinical sorrow, never excusing them, but never fully connecting to them either. "If I could give my life to bring them back, I would," he said. "But I can't. All I can do is try to live the rest of my days with honesty." That honesty ended abruptly in 1994, when Dahmer was beaten to death by a fellow inmate. His death was violent, yet strangely symbolic, a final act of retribution against a man who had sought redemption in the same institution that had condemned him. The news of his death divided the public. Some saw it as justice served, others felt uneasy, as if vengeance could never truly resolve the horror of his crimes. For psychologists, Dahmer's case remains one of the most studied in modern history, not because of its brutality, but because of its paradox. He wasn't the typical image of evil. He was reflective, intelligent, even sorrowful. He didn't kill for pleasure, but for connection. He wasn't devoid of awareness, he was burdened by it. That contradiction makes his story uniquely haunting. He understood what he was, but he couldn't become anything else. Jeffrey Dahmer's legacy is a chilling reminder that evil doesn't always emerge from chaos or madness. Sometimes it grows in the quiet spaces of loneliness, misunderstanding, and emotional void. His story forces us to confront a truth we'd rather avoid, that beneath every human face, no matter how ordinary, lies a mind capable of extraordinary darkness when empathy fades and isolation becomes unbearable. In the end, Dahmer's pursuit of redemption wasn't about forgiveness. It was about comprehension. He wanted to understand himself, and perhaps in doing so, he forced the world to understand the terrifying complexity of the human soul. If Jeffrey Dahmer embodied loneliness, Albert Fish represented something older, something primal, the kind of evil that hides behind normalcy and age. By the time police arrested him in 1934, Fish was a frail, soft-spoken man in his 60s, dressed neatly, polite to a fault. Yet behind those pale eyes lay one of the darkest minds in American criminal history. Neighbors called him Mr. Fish, a harmless old man who painted houses and looked after children. The newspapers would later rename him the Grey Man, because he seemed to blend into the background of ordinary life, invisible until it was too late. Born in 1870 in Washington, D.C., Albert Fish came into a world already marked by madness. His family had a long history of mental illness. Relatives were institutionalized for paranoia and mania. From the start, he lived at the edge of reason. After his father's death, his mother sent him to an orphanage, a place meant to care for him, but that instead became a crucible of trauma. There, Fish endured daily beatings and humiliation. Yet something strange happened. He began to associate pain with pleasure. He would later say, "I saw the beatings as love. I thought that's how people showed they cared." That single twisted belief would define his life. As he grew older, the line between affection and suffering in Fish's mind dissolved entirely. He began to experience what psychologists now call masochistic psychopathy, a condition where pleasure and pain become neurologically linked. But unlike typical masochism, which is confined to personal experience, Fish externalized his impulses, turning them outward onto others. It was as though the violence he absorbed as a child metastasized into a compulsion to recreate it, to relive it through domination. He drifted through early adulthood, working odd jobs, marrying and raising children, maintaining an outward appearance of stability. But beneath that domestic calm, his thoughts grew increasingly dark. He developed an obsession with biblical imagery and punishment, interpreting religious texts through a lens of pain and purification. His letters, later discovered by investigators, revealed a disturbing worldview, one where suffering wasn't evil but divine, a path toward redemption through agony. He believed he was chosen to cleanse the world's sins through pain. In his fractured theology, cruelty became a form of salvation. What makes Fish's story so chilling is his duality. He wasn't a man consumed by rage or insanity alone. He was methodical, even gentle in his demeanor. When police finally confronted him, they described him as calm and courteous. He addressed his interrogators as "Sir," thanked them for listening, and smiled as he confessed. That politeness made his words even more unbearable. He spoke of pain, punishment, and redemption with the tone of a man discussing philosophy. To him, his crimes weren't monstrous. They were sacred acts of ritual. Modern psychiatrists studying Fish describe his condition as a rare and extreme manifestation of paraphilic psychosis, where sexual compulsion fuses with delusional spirituality. He believed his acts were guided by divine command, that he was an instrument of God's justice. This delusion allowed him to bypass guilt completely. He didn't see himself as evil because in his distorted mind he wasn't breaking moral law. He was fulfilling it. This psychological inversion, where sin becomes sanctity, is among the most dangerous cognitive distortions ever recorded in forensic psychiatry. Fish's life also reflected the fragility of early 20th century mental health systems. During that era, psychological disorders were poorly understood and rarely treated effectively. Despite his long history of disturbing behavior, including self-harm and delusional statements, Fish lived freely for decades. He was the kind of person society overlooks, too strange to trust, but too quiet to fear. It wasn't until his crimes intersected with a missing child case that the illusion of harmlessness finally shattered. In 1928, a 10-year-old girl named Grace Budd disappeared after her family allowed her to accompany Fish to what he claimed was a birthday party for his niece. The Budds trusted him. After all, he looked like everyone's kindly grandfather. That trust would become his weapon. For 6 years, the case remained unsolved until a letter arrived at the Budd family home. Written in shaky cursive, it detailed the crime in grotesque, almost poetic language. Investigators traced the letter's stationery back to a boarding house and to Albert Fish. When police questioned him, Fish didn't resist. He confessed instantly, even calmly, as though relieved to finally be understood. His lack of fear or remorse baffled investigators. In court, Psychiatrists debated whether he was insane. The defense argued that his delusions absolved him of moral responsibility. The prosecution countered that his methodical planning and concealment showed clear awareness of guilt. The jury agreed with the latter. Fish was found sane, convicted, and sentenced to death. When asked how he felt about the verdict, he reportedly smiled and said, "What a wonderful day." Even in his final hours, Fish maintained his composure. Witnesses described him as serene, almost joyful, before his execution at Sing Sing prison in 1936. "I am prepared for heaven," he told reporters. "It will be the supreme thrill." His words encapsulate the terrifying core of his psychology, the belief that pain, both given and received, was not just pleasure, but transcendence. Albert Fish remains one of the most disturbing figures in criminal history, not because of spectacle, but because of meaning. He personified the corruption of innocence and the perversion of faith. To the public, he was a monster. To psychiatrists, he was a mystery. To himself, he was chosen. And that delusion, the belief that evil can masquerade as holiness, makes his story one of the most chilling explorations of the human psyche ever told. He is remembered today not only for what he did, but for what he represented. The danger of unchecked belief, the fragility of moral perception, and the darkness that can grow when pain and purpose become indistinguishable. If Jeffrey Dahmer embodied loneliness, Albert Fish represented something older, something primal, the kind of evil that hides behind normalcy and age. By the time police arrested him in 1934, Fish was a frail, soft-spoken man in his 60s, dressed neatly, polite to a fault. Yet behind those pale eyes lay one of the darkest minds in American criminal history. Neighbors called him Mr. Fish, a harmless old man who painted houses and looked after children. The newspapers would later rename him the Grey Man, because he seemed to blend into the background of ordinary life, invisible until it was too late. Born in 1870 in Washington, D.C., Albert Fish came into a world already marked by madness. His family had a long history of mental illness. Relatives were institutionalized for paranoia and mania. From the start, he lived at the edge of reason. After his father's death, his mother sent him to an orphanage, a place meant to care for him, but that instead became a crucible of trauma. There, Fish endured daily beatings and humiliation, yet something strange happened. He began to associate pain with pleasure. He would later say, "I saw the beatings as love. I thought that's how people showed they cared." That single twisted belief would define his life. As he grew older, the line between affection and suffering in Fish's mind dissolved entirely. He began to experience what psychologists now call masochistic psychopathy, a condition where pleasure and pain become neurologically linked. But unlike typical masochism, which is confined to personal experience, Fish externalized his impulses, turning them outward onto others. It was as though the violence he absorbed as a child metastasized into a compulsion to recreate it, to relive it through domination. He drifted through early adulthood, working odd jobs, marrying and raising children, maintaining an outward appearance of stability. But beneath that domestic calm, his thoughts grew increasingly dark. He developed an obsession with biblical imagery and punishment, interpreting religious texts through a lens of pain and purification. His letters, later discovered by investigators, revealed a disturbing worldview, one where suffering wasn't evil but divine, a path toward redemption through agony. He believed he was chosen to cleanse the world's sins through pain. In his fractured theology, cruelty became a form of salvation. What makes Fish's story so chilling is his duality. He wasn't a man consumed by rage or insanity alone. He was methodical, even gentle in his demeanor. When police finally confronted him, they described him as calm and courteous. He addressed his interrogators as Sir, thanked them for listening, and smiled as he confessed. That politeness made his words even more unbearable. He spoke of pain, punishment, and redemption with the tone of a man discussing philosophy. To him, his crimes weren't monstrous. They were sacred acts of ritual. Modern psychiatrists studying Fish describe his condition as a rare and extreme manifestation of paraphilic psychosis, where sexual compulsion fuses with delusional spirituality. He believed his acts were guided by divine command, that he was an instrument of God's justice. This delusion allowed him to bypass guilt completely. He didn't see himself as evil because in his distorted mind he wasn't breaking moral law. He was fulfilling it. This psychological inversion, where sin becomes sanctity, is among the most dangerous cognitive distortions ever recorded in forensic psychiatry. Fish's life also reflected the fragility of early 20th century mental health systems. During that era, psychological disorders were poorly understood and rarely treated effectively. Despite his long history of disturbing behavior, including self-harm and delusional statements, Fish lived freely for decades. He was the kind of person society overlooks, too strange to trust, but too quiet to fear. It wasn't until his crimes intersected with a missing child case that the illusion of harmlessness finally shattered. In 1928, a 10-year-old girl named Grace Budd disappeared after her family allowed her to accompany Fish to what he claimed was a birthday party for his niece. The Budds trusted him. After all, he looked like everyone's kindly grandfather. That trust would become his weapon. For 6 years, the case remained unsolved until a letter arrived at the Budd family home. Written in shaky cursive, it detailed the crime in grotesque, almost poetic language. Investigators traced the letter's stationery back to a boarding house and to Albert Fish. When police questioned him, Fish didn't resist. He confessed instantly, even calmly, as though relieved to finally be understood. His lack of fear or remorse baffled investigators. In court, psychiatrists debated whether he was insane. The defense argued that his delusions absolved him of moral responsibility. The prosecution countered that his methodical planning and concealment showed clear awareness of guilt. The jury agreed with the latter. Fish was found sane, convicted, and sentenced to death. When asked how he felt about the verdict, he reportedly smiled and said, "What a wonderful day." Even in his final hours, Fish maintained his composure. Witnesses described him as serene, almost joyful, before his execution at Sing Sing prison in 1936. "I am prepared for heaven," he told reporters. "It will be the supreme thrill." His words encapsulate the terrifying core of his psychology, the belief that pain, both given and received, was not just pleasure, but transcendence. Albert Fish remains one of the most disturbing figures in criminal history, not because of spectacle, but because of meaning. He personified the corruption of innocence and the perversion of faith. To the public, he was a monster. To psychiatrists, he was a mystery. To himself, he was chosen. And that delusion, the belief that evil can masquerade as holiness, makes his story one of the most chilling explorations of the human psyche ever told. He is remembered today not only for what he did, but for what he represented: the danger of unchecked belief, the fragility of moral perception, and the darkness that can grow when pain and purpose become indistinguishable. When Albert Fish stood in the courtroom of White Plains, New York in 1935, the crowd expected to see a monster. Instead, they saw a frail, polite old man, grey-haired, hunched, and softly spoken. He smiled faintly at the reporters and greeted the judge with a quiet, "Good morning." But as the prosecution began to describe his crimes, the illusion of civility collapsed like glass. The contrast between his appearance and his actions was so severe that one juror reportedly whispered, "He doesn't even look human." Yet that was precisely what made Albert Fish so terrifying. He did look human. He looked ordinary, and that ordinariness was his camouflage. The trial became one of the most disturbing spectacles of its time, not just because of its content, but because of the questions it raised about the boundaries of insanity and evil. The defense argued that Fish was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. His attorneys portrayed him as a man plagued by hallucinations, obsessed with religious delusions, and compelled by uncontrollable urges. They presented decades of medical history showing patterns of psychosis, self-harm, and extreme masochism. In their view, Fish wasn't a villain. He was a victim of his own diseased mind. But the prosecution saw it differently. They argued that Fish's meticulous planning, his ability to deceive, and his efforts to conceal his crimes proved that he understood their immorality. He was not insane, he was aware, and that awareness made him fully responsible. One of the prosecutors famously said, "He knew what he was doing was wrong. He just thought he was the only one allowed to do it." Psychiatrists on both sides struggled to define him. In clinical terms, Fish exhibited traits of sexual sadism, delusional disorder, and antisocial personality. Yet his composure, intelligence, and religious fixation defied simple categorization. He wasn't incoherent or frenzied. He was articulate, calm, even reflective. He quoted scripture from memory, insisting that his acts were expressions of divine will. "God made me the way I am," he said during testimony. "He gave me pain and told me to give it back." To the court, his words were chilling. To psychologists, they were a window into the collapse of moral reasoning under delusion. Fish's mind had fused spirituality with compulsion, creating a system where sin and salvation became interchangeable. In his world, punishment was mercy and suffering was love. This phenomenon, later studied as religious psychosis, blurs the line between divine inspiration and delusion, where belief becomes not a guide to morality, but a justification for atrocity. Throughout the trial, Fish's demeanor rarely changed. When graphic evidence was presented, he didn't flinch. When witnesses described his actions, he nodded slightly, as if acknowledging truth. His defense psychiatrist, Dr. Frederick Wertham, described him as the most complex psychopath I have ever examined. Wertham noted that Fish's delusions were not chaotic but structured, an entire theology of torment built from the debris of trauma and guilt. "He lives," Wertham wrote, "in a moral universe of his own creation." The public, horrified yet fascinated, followed every detail. Newspapers dubbed him the Vampire of Brooklyn, the Moon Maniac, and most enduringly, the Grey Man. But beyond the headlines, his trial forced America to confront a question it still wrestles with: can madness excuse evil? If someone's mind truly believes their crimes are holy, are they less guilty or more dangerous? Fish's case became a cornerstone in the evolution of the insanity defense, demonstrating how moral delusion can coexist with rational calculation. When the verdict finally came, the courtroom fell silent. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding him guilty and sane. They believed that whatever madness lived in Albert Fish's head, it did not absolve his heart. As the judge pronounced the death sentence, Fish bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, Your Honor." The gesture stunned everyone. He seemed not terrified, but relieved, as though the verdict confirmed something he already knew, that death was his final absolution. In Sing Sing prison, awaiting execution, Fish maintained his eerie calm. Reporters who interviewed him described him as soft-spoken and oddly paternal. He expressed no anger, no self-pity. When asked if he feared dying, he smiled and said, "I have no fear. I'm going home." His faith in his own twisted salvation never wavered. Even his last words, whispered moments before the electric chair was activated, reflected serenity. "It will be the supreme thrill, the only one I haven't tried." For forensic psychology, Fish's legacy endures as a case study in moral inversion, the ability of the human mind to rationalize evil through belief. His delusions transformed him into a symbol of corrupted faith, a reminder that conviction without conscience can lead to horrors beyond imagination. He showed that evil doesn't always wear rage on its face. Sometimes it wears devotion. Albert Fish's story continues to haunt criminology because it blurs the boundaries between belief, insanity, and intent. He wasn't simply a product of mental illness. He was a man who turned suffering into doctrine. In his mind, pain was purity. In his theology, cruelty was sacred. And in his calm acceptance of death, he proved that the most terrifying monsters are not those who fight the darkness, but those who worship it. In the quiet suburb of Wichita, Kansas, the lawns were trimmed, the churches full, and the streets so ordinary they seemed incapable of concealing evil. For decades, it was the kind of place where neighbors trusted each other, where Sunday barbecues and small-town chatter filled the air. But beneath that postcard perfection lurked one of the most methodical serial killers in American history, Dennis Rader, the man who would later call himself BTK, bind, torture, kill. For 30 years he lived among the people he terrorized, a church leader, a family man, a city inspector. His life was a performance of normalcy so convincing that even his closest friends never suspected they were sharing coffee and conversation with a predator who considered murder an art of order. Rader's story begins in 1945 in Pittsburgh, Kansas, where he was born into an ordinary working-class family. From a young age, he exhibited signs of paraphilic disorder and sadistic fantasy, a fascination with control and restraint. He later admitted that as a boy he fantasized about trapping animals and tying them up, a precursor to the obsessions that would dominate his adult life. He felt invisible, ordinary, unremarkable, but in his imagination he ruled entire worlds of submission and control. For Rader, dominance wasn't about rage or chaos. It was about symmetry, discipline, and precision, a cruel ritual cloaked in order. He grew up in an era that valued conformity and appearances. Outwardly, he played the part well, polite, quiet, studious. Inside, his fantasies deepened, forming a secret, parallel life. After serving in the Air Force, he married, raised 2 children, and settled into suburban life. He worked at an outdoor supply store, attended church faithfully, and eventually became a compliance officer, a job that gave him real-world authority, which fed his internal hunger for control. Neighbors described him as responsible, meticulous, even boring. But within that dullness lay a mind addicted to domination, a man who found beauty not in chaos, but in control over chaos. His crimes began in 1974. On a cold January morning, Rader entered the Otero family home, armed and methodical. Within hours, 4 people, a father, a mother, and 2 children, were dead. There was no frenzy, no panic, only order. Each act was deliberate, structured, ritualistic. Later, Rader would describe that moment as the first time he became BTK, his fantasy merging with reality. That fusion would define his life from then on. BTK wasn't just his alias, it was his alter ego, a dark reflection that allowed him to feel alive. Unlike many killers driven by impulse, Rader was meticulously organized. He planned his crimes months in advance, studying his targets, mapping escape routes, even timing his actions to avoid detection. He kept extensive notes and photographs, documenting his crimes as if archiving his legacy. Each act was performed according to a ritual, a script he followed with military precision. For him, murder wasn't chaos. it was choreography. But what makes Raider uniquely terrifying is how completely he compartmentalized his double life. By day, he was the devoted husband, the church council president, the Cub Scout leader. By night, he became BTK, a phantom who stalked Wichita through the darkness, leaving behind taunting letters signed with his chilling moniker. He mailed his confessions to newspapers and police, carefully crafting his persona like a brand. His writings blended arrogance with artistry, as if he wanted not only to be feared, but to be understood. This need for acknowledgement became central to his psychology. Unlike killers motivated purely by compulsion, Raider craved recognition. He wanted to be remembered, studied, named. His correspondence revealed a mind obsessed with image, a narcissistic psychopath who sought validation through notoriety. He viewed himself as both villain and storyteller, orchestrating his own legend from the shadows. Psychologists later described Raider's condition as ego-syntonic sadism, meaning his violent impulses aligned seamlessly with his self-image. He didn't see his actions as wrong, he saw them as expressions of his true self. He once said, "I had a demon within me, but I fed it because I wanted to." That chilling admission captures the essence of his pathology. He didn't lose control, he chose control. Every victim, every act, was an assertion of power over a world that had made him feel insignificant. His crimes spanned from the 1970s into the early 1990s, with long gaps in between. During those years, he appeared to live a normal life, attending church, raising his children, maintaining his marriage. His ability to blend in was extraordinary. Even as police profilers studied his letters and patterns, they imagined a loner, not a family man who led prayer meetings and enforced city ordinances. Raider's invisibility came not from cunning disguise, but from his perfect conformity. He hid in plain sight because he embodied the very structure of the community that feared him. Then, in 1991, BTK suddenly disappeared. For over a decade, silence. Wichita exhaled, believing the killer had either died or left the state. But in 2004, 30 years after his first murders, new letters began arriving at local news stations. The handwriting, the tone, the taunting. It was unmistakably him. BTK was back. What had changed wasn't his psychology, but his pride. He missed the attention, the recognition, the narrative of fear he had once controlled. He wanted to reclaim his story. His downfall came not through forensic genius, but through his own arrogance. In one of his final messages, Raider asked police whether a floppy disk he planned to send could be traced. Investigators, knowing his ego, replied publicly that it could not. When Raider sent the disk, forensic analysts traced its metadata to a church computer and to Dennis Raider, its council president. When police arrived at his home, he was calm, courteous, and oddly relieved. Upon his arrest, Raider confessed in astonishing detail. He described his crimes as if recounting a day at work, clinical, detached, and disturbingly proud. "I had a monster inside," he told detectives. "I tried to shut him up, but he was always there." He explained his murders as projects, labeling each one with codified names and keeping trophies as proof of mastery. He saw himself as a craftsman of death, methodical, patient, exact. Dennis Raider's story remains one of the most unsettling examples of hidden evil. He was not impulsive, not insane in the medical sense. He was rational, functional, and fully aware, the embodiment of controlled psychopathy. His life is studied not only for its crimes, but for its terrifying normalcy. BTK proved that evil doesn't always wear the face of madness. Sometimes it wears the face of a neighbor who waves good morning, mows his lawn, and sits beside you at church. For 30 years, Dennis Rader lived two lives, one of order, one of horror, and he balanced them perfectly until his own vanity tipped the scales. His story remains a chilling lesson in the psychology of deception and control, that the most dangerous monsters are not those who lose themselves to chaos, but those who find peace within it. When Dennis Rader finally sat across from detectives in 2005, he looked more like an accountant than a killer. Dressed neatly in khaki pants and glasses, his hands folded on the table, he spoke with the calm precision of a man explaining a household budget rather than confessing to 10 murders. "You got me," he said quietly, when they first confronted him with evidence. But what followed wasn't a breakdown. It was a performance. For over 30 hours, Rader recounted every detail of his crimes without hesitation, his tone disturbingly steady. His confessions weren't chaotic, they were organized, almost rehearsed, as if he'd been waiting for an audience all along. To the detectives, it was surreal. Here was a man who'd lived a double life for decades, the president of his church council, the family man who volunteered for Boy Scouts, describing murders with the vocabulary of project management. He used words like planning, execution, and containment. He even described his killings as projects, giving each one a code name, a timeline, and a checklist. In Rader's mind, murder wasn't an act of rage or impulse. It was a task, a process, a demonstration of order in a world he found otherwise uncontrollable. Forensic psychologists later described Rader as a case study in narcissistic psychopathy, a condition marked by emotional detachment combined with an obsessive need for recognition. He didn't kill out of hatred. He killed to feel powerful. Control wasn't just his motive, it was his identity. He saw himself as both creator and destroyer, master of his own narrative. In one interview he said, "I guess I was trying to prove that I could do something that nobody else could." What's most chilling is that Rader didn't view his crimes as incompatible with his public persona. He didn't see himself as living a lie. He saw himself as managing two complementary realities. In one, he was the respected community man. In the other, he was BTK, the hidden god of control. "There's a compartment in my brain," he told investigators. "That's where BTK lived." His description mirrored what psychologists call compartmentalization, a defense mechanism that allows individuals to separate conflicting parts of themselves. In Rader's case, it was taken to an extreme, enabling him to live a normal life while committing unimaginable acts. When his trial began, Rader waived his right to a jury and pled guilty to all charges. His courtroom confession was unlike anything seen before. He stood before the judge, calmly recounting each murder in chilling detail. The spectators, including victims' families, sat frozen as he described how he followed, planned, and executed each killing. There were no tears, no remorse, only an eerie professionalism. "I'm sorry," he said once, but his tone was hollow, as if he were apologizing for a scheduling error rather than a life taken. His composure unnerved everyone present. The judge later described the testimony as the most cold-blooded account I've ever heard. During psychological evaluations, experts found Rader to be fully sane. He showed no delusions, no hallucinations, no signs of psychosis. He was rational, methodical, and self-aware, characteristics that made his crimes even more disturbing. When asked why he killed, he offered various explanations: loneliness, compulsion, fantasy, the thrill of control. But beneath them all lay a simple truth. He enjoyed being BTK. The identity gave him purpose. Without it, he was just Dennis Rader, a man terrified of being ordinary. In prison, Rader's behavior baffled staff. He remained polite, cooperative, and oddly cheerful. He read the Bible, exercised, and maintained correspondence with criminology students and journalists. He enjoyed the attention, offering detailed insights into his crimes as if conducting a masterclass in serial psychology. When asked if he felt remorse, he said, "I'm sorry for what I've done, but BTK will always be a part of me. He's me." His ability to speak of his alter ego in the third person revealed a chilling self-awareness. He didn't deny his darkness. He simply treated it as another aspect of himself, as ordinary as his job or his family. Psychologists studying Rader often return to one theme: the banality of evil. He wasn't driven by delusion or desperation. He was driven by vanity, by the thrill of control and the satisfaction of recognition. He wanted to be remembered not just as a killer, but as a legend of precision and discipline. In his mind, he wasn't evil. He was exceptional. His crimes, in his view, were proof of superiority. This mindset places him among a rare class of offenders who kill not for chaos, but for order. Individuals who see violence as proof of mastery rather than madness. What made Rader's story even more haunting was how ordinary his life appeared after decades of horror. His daughter later described him as a loving father, though distant. "We had no idea," she said in interviews. "He was just Dad." That statement encapsulates the terror of Rader's existence, that evil can exist quietly, concealed behind the rituals of daily life. The neighbor mowing his lawn, the man who fixes your fence, the one who sits next to you in church. Sometimes the most monstrous minds are the ones that smile the most easily. In the end, Dennis Rader was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms without parole. He remains imprisoned in Kansas, his existence reduced to routine and silence, the one thing he could never control. Yet even now, he occasionally sends letters to the outside world, still craving the recognition he once commanded. For psychologists, he remains a study in the dangers of ego and control, proof that not all darkness is born from madness. Sometimes it's born from the simple desire to feel significant. Dennis Rader's story stands as one of the most chilling examples of duality in criminal history. A man who lived two perfectly balanced lives until his pride shattered the illusion. He forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that monstrosity doesn't always announce itself with rage or chaos. Sometimes it wears glasses, carries a clipboard, and wishes you a good morning before walking calmly into the dark. When the Soviet Union was nearing its final years, the state's iron grip on its people was still unyielding. Secrecy, obedience, and silence were the law. Yet within that silence, another kind of darkness grew, hidden beneath bureaucracy and denial. Between 1978 and 1990, that darkness took the form of a mild, bespectacled man named Andrei Chikatilo, a school teacher and father who would become one of history's most infamous serial killers. The press would later call him the Butcher of Rostov, though to his neighbors he was simply Uncle Andrei, a quiet, polite man who rode the bus to work, tended his garden, and tutored local children. He lived as though nothing was wrong, even as his crimes piled into the dozens. Chikatilo's story begins in a world already twisted by suffering. Born in 1936 in the Ukrainian village of Yablushne, he entered life during one of the darkest chapters in Soviet history, the Holodomor, a man-made famine that starved millions. His parents were peasants who worked the collective farms, constantly hungry and terrified. In later interviews, Chikatilo claimed his mother once told him his older brother had been kidnapped and eaten by neighbors during the famine. A story historians doubt, but one that reveals the horror surrounding his childhood. From the very beginning, life and death were intertwined in his world. As a child, Chikatilo was shy, sickly, and severely bullied. He suffered from chronic bedwetting and was mocked for his awkwardness. Teachers called him timid. Classmates called him weak. He grew up in an atmosphere of fear and humiliation, not only from peers, but from his mother, who beat him harshly and mocked his sensitivity. These experiences planted the seeds of sexual inadequacy and control fixation that would later dominate his adult life. He longed to be respected, to have power, but life gave him only shame and invisibility. After joining the Communist Party and earning a degree, he became a schoolteacher, an ironic profession for someone whose inner world was so fractured. Colleagues described him as strict but strange, easily flustered, with an odd intensity in his eyes. Students often mocked him, sensing his weakness. He was married, had children, and appeared devoted to his family. Yet behind this facade, Chikatilo was at war with himself. He suffered from sexual dysfunction, which deepened his sense of inferiority. Every humiliation, every failure, built pressure in his psyche until it transformed into resentment. It was in 1978 that this resentment first found release. That year, Chikatilo lured a 9-year-old girl into the woods near his home, where his suppressed rage erupted into violence. What followed marked the birth of one of the most terrifying crime sprees in modern history. Over the next 12 years, he murdered more than 50 people, mostly women and children, across the Soviet Union. He targeted the vulnerable, runaways, vagrants, students traveling alone. Each crime was brutal, ritualistic, and deeply personal. Yet despite the scale of his violence, he managed to evade capture for years, aided by Soviet bureaucracy and denial. Under Stalin's lingering legacy, Soviet authorities refused to publicly acknowledge that a serial killer could exist within their society. The communist ideal held that such crimes were a symptom of Western moral decay, not a product of socialism. This denial allowed Chikatilo to move freely. Investigations were mishandled, innocent men were imprisoned, and even executed for his crimes. The result was a bureaucratic nightmare that made Chikatilo almost mythic, a ghost haunting the crumbling edges of the Soviet dream. Psychologically, Chikatilo represents the perfect storm of repression, humiliation, and control. His crimes weren't just acts of violence. They were acts of revenge against a world that had made him feel powerless. Each murder temporarily gave him the illusion of dominance, the control he lacked everywhere else in life. After each killing, however, the satisfaction faded, replaced by emptiness. He would return home to his family, eat dinner in silence, and watch the news, his face expressionless. The duality was astonishing. A predator disguised as a bureaucrat, a murderer disguised as a teacher. Chikatilo's killings followed a disturbing pattern of escalation. Each act became more daring, more violent, as if he were testing both himself and the state's ability to catch him. He often killed near train stations or remote forest paths, places filled with the noise and anonymity of Soviet life. His victims disappeared into a system already drowning in silence. To investigators, it was as if the killer didn't exist. To Chikatilo, it was proof of his invincibility. He later said, "I was smarter than them." They saw nothing. His arrogance grew with each year, but so did the pressure from within the police. In 1984, after years of denial, the Soviet government finally acknowledged the serial nature of the killings and launched a massive task force. Ironically, Chikatilo was questioned several times during the investigation, but always released. He seemed too ordinary, too soft-spoken, too insignificant. His demeanor disarmed suspicion. His polite manner, the perfect disguise. But by 1990, his control began to unravel. New forensic techniques, witness accounts, and behavioral profiling finally closed in on him. When police arrested him outside a train station in Rostov-on-Don, they found traces of blood on his clothes and evidence linking him to multiple victims. What followed during interrogation was a psychological revelation. Once confronted, Chikatilo confessed in a torrent of words, not with fear, but with relief. "I am a mistake of nature," he said, "a mad beast." His voice was calm, detached, even satisfied, as if confessing freed him from the mask he had worn for so long. For investigators, it was horrifying and mesmerizing at once. Chikatilo described each crime with mechanical precision, his memory flawless, his emotion non-existent. He claimed his actions were uncontrollable, driven by what he called bloodlust and a need for release. Psychologists labeled him as a sadistic psychopath, intelligent, calculating, emotionally barren, and entirely self-aware. He knew what he was doing was evil. He simply didn't care. Andrei Chikatilo's story is not only about murder, it's about what happens when repression, denial, and powerlessness converge in one person. He thrived in a system that refused to see him, hiding behind the ideology of a state that believed monsters couldn't exist within its borders. But monsters don't need permission to exist, only opportunity. By the time he was executed in 1994, the Soviet Union itself had fallen, leaving behind the ruins of both empire and morality. Chikatilo's name became a symbol of everything the system had tried to suppress: failure, corruption, and the human capacity for horror. He remains one of the most chilling reminders that beneath every regime, no matter how orderly, the darkness of the human mind can still find room to grow. When Andrei Chikatilo was finally brought to trial in 1992, the Soviet Union no longer existed. The flag that once symbolized unity and strength had been replaced, and so had the illusion that monsters like him couldn't exist under socialism. His trial became more than a prosecution. It was a national reckoning, a grotesque mirror reflecting the failures of a system built on silence. The courtroom, filled with reporters, families of victims, and ordinary citizens, became a theater of horror. People came not only for justice, but to see the man who had haunted their country for over a decade, the unassuming teacher who had turned murder into ritual. When Chikatilo entered the courtroom, the crowd gasped. Dressed in a cheap grey suit, thin and pale, he looked nothing like the monster they had imagined. His glasses glinted under the lights as he smiled faintly, almost pleased to be at the center of attention. But that calmness quickly dissolved into spectacle. During testimony, Chikatilo often erupted in manic laughter, shouted obscenities, and made bizarre gestures as if performing for an audience. He pulled faces, sang songs, and even screamed at the judge. Psychologists watching the trial debated whether he was insane or simply manipulating everyone present, using chaos to regain the control he had lost. The trial proceedings were surreal. On one side, prosecutors meticulously laid out the evidence, physical traces, confessions, witness testimonies, the consistency of his methods. On the other, Chikatilo's defense argued insanity, citing psychiatric reports that labeled him schizophrenic and delusional. Yet the evidence contradicted that claim. His killings had been deliberate, organized, and patterned. He planned his crimes, selected victims carefully, and concealed evidence. His behavior wasn't that of a man lost in madness. It was the behavior of someone who understood every rule and took pleasure in breaking them. In one of his most disturbing moments, Chikatilo stood up and began describing his crimes with chilling precision, detailing each murder as though reading from a diary. The courtroom fell silent, except for his voice, flat, emotionless, unbroken. Victims' families wept, shouted, cursed him. He smiled. For him, the trial was a stage, and their reactions were applause. He wanted to be remembered not as a coward, but as a creature of power, the invisible predator who had outsmarted an empire. Psychiatrists studying his case found Chikatilo to be a sadistic sexual psychopath, but fully sane. He understood his actions were evil and unlawful. What separated him from ordinary criminals was not confusion or delusion, but the absence of empathy. His crimes weren't acts of impulse, they were performances of dominance. He described his killings as moments of complete peace, a phrase that revealed everything about his psychology. Violence, for him, was not chaos. It was order, a rare moment where the world finally aligned with his will. The Soviet legal system, which had once denied the existence of serial killers altogether, now had to confront the horror it had ignored. The investigation into Chikatilo's crimes had exposed systemic incompetence, false arrests, coerced confessions, and even executions of innocent men. The new Russian Federation inherited not just a monster, but a legacy of bureaucratic blindness. Chikatilo's capture and confession forced the nation to accept a brutal truth that denial doesn't prevent evil, it protects it. During the trial, one of the state psychiatrists asked him directly, "Why did you kill?" Chikatilo responded, "I had to. I had no other choice. The urge was like hunger. That hunger, psychological, emotional, perhaps even spiritual, defined his existence. He didn't kill to punish, or to survive, or to rebel. He killed because it made him feel real. Each act was a grotesque affirmation of his existence in a world that had always ignored him. In that sense, his crimes were his form of self-expression, horrific but deeply human in their yearning for power and identity. The verdict, when it came, was both inevitable and cathartic. The court found Andrei Chikatilo guilty of 52 murders and sentenced him to death. As the judge read the sentence, the crowd erupted in applause. Some cried with relief, others shouted for vengeance. Chikatilo, however, simply nodded. He showed no remorse, no fear. "They will kill me," he said calmly. "I deserve it." His composure unnerved everyone. The same eerie calm that had allowed him to walk unnoticed through the streets for 12 years. In February 1994, Chikatilo was executed by a single gunshot behind the ear, the last official execution before Russia temporarily abolished the death penalty. His final words were simple: "Don't blame me." Blame the circumstances even in death. He refused responsibility, seeing himself as the product of a broken world rather than its architect of horror. For psychologists and historians, Andrei Chikatilo's case remains a haunting study in how environment, repression, and pathology can converge to create monstrosity. His crimes forced a nation that prided itself on rationality and order to face the chaos within its own institutions. He exposed not just the fragility of law, but the fragility of human morality when stripped of compassion and truth. In the end, Chikatilo's story isn't only about murder. It's about the dangers of invisibility. He was overlooked as a child, ignored as an adult, and dismissed as harmless by a government that couldn't admit its own flaws. In that neglect, he found both motive and freedom. He thrived in silence, and silence protected him. His trial shattered that silence, but at a price that came far too late for his victims. Today, his name endures as a dark warning. The Butcher of Rostov reminds the world that evil often hides not in madness, but in the ordinary man society refuses to see. If evil ever wore a smile, it was Ted Bundy's. His charm, intelligence, and confidence made him seem like the last person capable of violence. He was articulate, handsome, and ambitious, a law student who volunteered at suicide hotlines and spoke about politics with ease. But behind that smooth exterior lived a predator whose calm demeanor concealed one of the most chilling minds in criminal history. Ted Bundy didn't look like a killer. He looked like the man you'd trust to help you change a flat tire, which for many of his victims was exactly how the nightmare began. Born in 1946 in Burlington, Vermont, Bundy's early life was shaped by secrecy. He was raised by his grandparents, believing his mother was his sister, a lie that fractured his identity before he could even understand it. Psychologists later speculated that this deception may have sown the seeds of narcissistic detachment, a sense of existing outside normal emotional bonds. Bundy grew up intelligent and charming, but emotionally hollow. He learned early that appearances mattered more than truth, and that deception could be a form of power. As a young man, Bundy appeared to have everything under control. He attended college, worked on political campaigns, and was admired for his charisma. But beneath that confidence was a man obsessed with rejection and control. His relationships, especially with women, were transactional, built on admiration, not intimacy. When one girlfriend ended their relationship, Bundy's ego fractured. He later said, "She was everything I wanted to be. When she left, I lost control." That loss became the emotional blueprint for his crimes. Bundy's killings began in the early 1970s, spreading across multiple states and leaving investigators baffled by his mobility and manipulation. He targeted young women who resembled his ex-girlfriend, long hair, parted in the middle, confident smiles. His approach was almost cinematic. He would feign injury, wear a cast, and ask for help carrying books or loading items into his car. Once the victim was close enough, his demeanor changed instantly. The mask of charm dropped, and the predator emerged. The transformation was what fascinated psychologists most. How a man could so easily switch between warmth and violence, empathy and cruelty. Bundy's intelligence made him especially dangerous. He studied police procedures, altered his behavior to avoid patterns, and adapted with each near capture. Investigators described him as a social chameleon, able to blend into any environment. He was the killer who could walk into a room and make everyone feel safe, even special. That ability to mimic emotion without feeling it is a hallmark of psychopathy, and Bundy embodied it perfectly. He didn't just manipulate others, he lived for the performance of manipulation itself. What set Bundy apart wasn't just the scale of his crimes, but the sophistication of his mind. He wasn't driven by rage or desperation. He was driven by power, the thrill of control, the ability to decide who lived and who didn't. His crimes were rehearsed, deliberate, and deeply personal. Each act reinforced his superiority, his belief that he was above ordinary morality. He once said, "The rules don't apply to people like me." In that sentence lies the essence of Bundy's psychology, the God complex that made him both captivating and terrifying. By the mid-1970s, his crimes spanned Washington, Utah, Colorado, and Florida. He escaped from custody twice, exploiting the same charm that had lured his victims. During one escape, he represented himself in court, using legal privileges to plan his flight. In another, he starved himself to slip through a hole in his cell ceiling. Each escape deepened his legend and fed his ego. To him, it wasn't just about survival. It was about proving he could outsmart everyone. Psychologists who studied Bundy after his final arrest found a chilling clarity in his thinking. He didn't fit neatly into any psychiatric category. He wasn't delusional, schizophrenic, or impulsively insane. He was methodical and lucid, capable of empathy on an intellectual level, but devoid of it emotionally. His killings weren't acts of madness, they were acts of domination. He once told an interviewer, "I didn't feel hate. I felt possession. I wanted them to be part of me." What made Bundy especially haunting was his awareness. He knew what he was and used it. When discussing his crimes, he often spoke about himself in the third person, as if observing a character rather than confessing. "The person who did those things," he said, "wasn't me, not the real me." But there was no real Bundy. Every version of him was a mask. Charming student, grieving boyfriend, eloquent defendant, all built to conceal the void underneath. During his final years on death row, Bundy became a media spectacle. He granted interviews, gave advice to investigators, and even tried to delay his execution by offering information about unsolved cases. The world's fascination with him only amplified his narcissism. He wanted to be remembered not as a monster, but as an enigma. A man whose mind was too complex to define, yet beneath his words was a simple truth. Bundy killed because it made him feel powerful in a world where he otherwise felt small. When the electric chair claimed him in January 1989, thousands gathered outside the prison chanting, "Burn, Bundy, burn." The irony was sharp. The man who had spent his life controlling others ended it in total helplessness, bound by the same system he'd manipulated for years. Ted Bundy's legacy endures not because of what he did, but because of how he looked while doing it. He forced the world to confront a terrifying possibility, that evil can be handsome, intelligent, and articulate. He shattered the myth that monsters are easy to spot. Bundy's life was a mask, and when that mask finally burned away, the face behind it was ordinary. That's what makes his story so unforgettable. By the time Ted Bundy faced trial in 1979, the world already knew his name. His charm and arrogance had transformed him from a suspect into a spectacle, and his courtroom became a stage. Cameras flashed, journalists filled every seat, and Bundy, ever the performer, basked in the attention. To him, this wasn't a trial, it was a production, and he was both actor and director. In his mind, he wasn't just fighting for his life, he was curating his legend. Bundy's decision to represent himself shocked everyone. It wasn't courage, it was control. By acting as his own attorney, he could cross-examine witnesses, direct questioning, and dictate the pace of the proceedings. It gave him proximity to power, even as the evidence against him mounted. Dressed in neat suits and flashing his practiced smile, he played the role of the misunderstood intellectual. At times, he seemed more like a politician campaigning for sympathy than a man accused of unspeakable crimes. When questioned about his confidence, he quipped, "I'm not acting as my own lawyer because I think I know more law than anyone else. I just know my case better than anyone else." Observers described his demeanor as eerily calm. While most defendants shrink under pressure, Bundy thrived in it. He enjoyed the spotlight, knowing every headline, every photograph added to his mythology. The prosecution presented overwhelming forensic evidence, fibers, bite marks, eyewitness accounts, but Bundy's charisma seemed to distort reality. He smirked during testimony, whispered jokes to guards, and even winked at spectators. The courtroom meant for justice became an extension of his narcissism. One of the most surreal moments came when Bundy cross-examined one of his surviving victims. The tension in the room was unbearable. The woman trembled, forced to describe her attack while being questioned by the man who had nearly killed her. Bundy's tone was polite, almost gentle, but the manipulation beneath it was unmistakable. He wanted control, even over his accusers. It was psychological theater, a reenactment of dominance dressed in civility. Psychologists later described Bundy's behavior as the embodiment of malignant narcissism, a blend of grandiosity, lack of empathy, and predatory intelligence. He didn't just crave admiration, he required it to exist. The trial fed that hunger. Every news article, every camera flash validated his importance. He believed, one prosecutor later said, that if he could make us like him, we couldn't kill him. But beneath the veneer of confidence, Bundy's facade began to crack. The evidence was undeniable, and his legal theatrics could only delay the inevitable. During the sentencing phase, when the death penalty was on the table, Bundy made one last attempt to reclaim control by proposing marriage to his former co-worker, Carol Ann Boone, in the middle of the courtroom. Under Florida law, a verbal declaration made in court and witnessed by a judge constituted a legal marriage. Boone accepted. The courtroom gasped. Even in the shadow of death, Bundy found a way to manipulate emotion. turning a trial into a spectacle of romance and denial. As the verdict was read, guilty on all counts, Bundy stood motionless. His smile faded, replaced by the cold stare that had always lurked beneath the charm. The mask was gone. When the judge sentenced him to death, he spoke with a tone of sorrow rather than rage. "You are a bright young man. You'd have made a good lawyer. I would have loved to have you practice in front of me. But you went another way, partner." The words hung in the air, tragic and haunting. A reminder that Bundy's intelligence could have built a life instead of destroyed it. After his conviction, Bundy continued to toy with the system. He appealed, delayed, and denied, maintaining his innocence even as the evidence grew insurmountable. From death row, he wrote letters to admirers, granting interviews that kept his name alive. He understood that as long as people talked about him, he still had control. The media's fascination with him blurred the line between reporting and myth-making. To some, he became a symbol of charm gone wrong. To others, a dark celebrity. But the facade began to crumble in the years before his execution. Facing the inevitability of death, Bundy began to confess, slowly, strategically. He offered investigators bits of information about unsolved murders in exchange for time, using confession as currency. Each revelation was calculated, his tone detached. He described his crimes as if recounting someone else's story. When asked if he felt remorse, he replied, "I'm sorry for what happened, but I don't feel guilt in the way you think I should." It was honesty disguised as empathy, another mask. In one of his final interviews, Bundy attempted to shift blame, claiming violent pornography had warped his mind. Many saw this as another manipulation, a final bid to redirect attention. But others saw something else, a glimpse of self-awareness, however faint. He admitted that his desires were uncontrollable, that he had lived his entire life possessed by lust and power. For a man who thrived on control, it was a rare moment of truth. He had never truly been in control at all. When Ted Bundy was executed on January 24, 1989, crowds outside the Florida State Prison cheered. Reporters described people waving signs that read, "Justice served, and he's frying now." The air felt electric, a strange mix of triumph and relief. But even in death, Bundy got what he wanted, attention. The cameras stayed fixed on the prison gates long after his body was gone. Ted Bundy's trial and final years remain one of the most studied cases in forensic psychology because they reveal the true nature of psychopathic charisma. How intelligence, charm, and confidence can conceal emptiness. He wasn't a man driven by madness. He was driven by the thrill of being seen, the power of illusion. His courtroom performance, his marriage, even his final interviews were all part of the same act, an unending attempt to rewrite his story and maintain control over how the world remembered him. In the end, Bundy's greatest deception wasn't the lies he told others. It was the one he told himself, that he was special, untouchable, and immune to the consequences of evil. When the electricity surged through his body, that illusion burned away. What was left was not a genius, nor a monster, but a man who mistook charm for worth and manipulation for meaning. And perhaps that is why the world still can't look away, because Bundy reminds us that sometimes the most terrifying masks are the ones that smile. In the humid highways of late 1980s Florida, where motels flickered neon and the roads stretched endlessly toward nowhere, a woman named Aileen Wuornos drifted from one truck stop to another, living on scraps of money, trust, and luck. Her story isn't one of cunning or control like Ted Bundy's. It's one of survival turned to rage, desperation turned to destruction. Aileen wasn't born into power or privilege. She wasn't even born into safety. She was shaped by a lifetime of rejection, abuse, and abandonment. until the line between victim and predator finally blurred beyond recognition. Born in 1956 in Rochester, Michigan, Aileen Wuornos's childhood was chaos from the start. Her father, incarcerated for violent crimes, took his own life in prison before she ever met him. Her mother abandoned her and her brother when Aileen was only 4, leaving them with their grandparents. What should have been refuge became a nightmare. Her grandfather was an alcoholic who beat her grandmother quietly enabling the abuse. By 11, Aileen was trading sexual favors for food and cigarettes. By 14, she was pregnant after being assaulted by a family friend. The baby was taken from her and she was kicked out of her home. Alone, homeless, and hardened, she began hitchhiking, her life already moving down the long, open road that would one day become her hunting ground. From the beginning, Aileen's existence was transactional. She learned that affection came at a price and that survival required performance. She became what the world demanded her to be: tough, vulgar, unflinching. Yet beneath that roughness lay a fragile humanity, a yearning to be loved that the world never answered. She turned to sex work, traveling the highways of the American South, sleeping in cars, under bridges, in motels. Life had given her nothing to lose, and she wore that emptiness like armor. By the late 1980s, Florida's endless highways became her territory. It was here, between gas stations and convenience stores, that Aileen's anger finally erupted. Between 1989 and 1990, 7 men were found shot to death along central Florida roads, all middle-aged, all last seen with a woman matching Aileen's description. When arrested in 1991, she claimed she had killed in self-defense, saying the men had assaulted or attempted to harm her. Her story drew skepticism, yet it revealed something deeper. In Aileen's world, violence wasn't a crime. It was an answer to a lifetime of being preyed upon. To understand Aileen Wuornos is to walk through the wreckage of trauma and see how it reshapes identity. Psychologists later described her as suffering from borderline personality disorder and complex post-traumatic stress, conditions that blurred the line between victimization and aggression. She didn't kill for pleasure or power in the traditional sense. She killed out of survival instinct, distorted by rage and paranoia. "I was fighting for my life," she said in one of her interviews. "They would have killed me if I hadn't pulled the trigger." Her words weren't entirely lies, nor were they entirely truth. In Aileen's mind, every confrontation was a battle between her and the world that had always used her. Each man she encountered represented not just a client, but the sum of every betrayal she had endured. Her violence became symbolic, an act of defiance against a lifetime of helplessness. To her, every trigger pull wasn't about the victim in front of her. It was about every man who had hurt her before. When police finally tracked her down in 1991, she was staying at a biker bar in Daytona Beach, living hand-to-mouth and growing paranoid. Her arrest was quiet, almost anticlimactic. She seemed exhausted, detached, as though she had already accepted her fate. Her confessions were chaotic, at times remorseful, at others defiant. She alternated between claiming self-defense and boasting of vengeance. "They deserved it," she once said. "Men always think they can use me. I use them instead." In that contradiction lies the core of Aileen Wuornos's psychology. A woman caught between guilt and justification, between human pain and monstrous rage. Unlike most serial killers, her violence wasn't methodical or planned. It was emotional, impulsive, reactive. Her crimes reflected not control, but collapse. She was both the weapon and the wound. As her story reached the media, Aileen became a strange cultural symbol, the female serial killer, a rarity that fascinated and repulsed the public. She was portrayed as a monster by some, a feminist avenger by others. The truth, however, lay somewhere in between. Aileen wasn't a cold-blooded predator. She was a woman shaped by systemic failure, abuse, poverty and neglect that had left her psychologically fragmented. Her story revealed how trauma can twist self-preservation into violence, how a life of survival can end with destruction. In interviews, Aileen oscillated between tenderness and fury, between wanting understanding and demanding punishment. "I'm not a bad person," she said once. "I just had bad things happen to me." It's a haunting statement, one that captures both her tragedy and her denial. Because by then, she was no longer running from the world. She had become the embodiment of everything it had done to her. Her early life reads like a warning of what happens when a person is born into neglect and forced to navigate pain without guidance or compassion. Her crimes, as brutal as they were, didn't emerge from pure malice, but from emotional ruin. Aileen Wuornos wasn't a mastermind or a sadist. She was a shattered human being trying in the most destructive way imaginable to make sense of her own suffering. By the time the world met her in mugshots and televised trials, the woman who once hitchhiked through America's highways was gone, replaced by someone shaped entirely by rage and survival. Her eyes, cold yet sorrowful, told a story no confession could. She wasn't proud, nor was she repentant. She was simply tired. Aileen Wuornos' story blurs every boundary we draw between victim and villain. She forces us to confront a question most people prefer to ignore. What happens when society fails someone so completely that violence becomes their only language? When Aileen Wuornos walked into the Florida courtroom in 1992, she wasn't the same woman who had drifted along the highways just a few years earlier. The wild-eyed drifter had become a media symbol, a monster, a madwoman, a female serial killer. Reporters filled the room, cameras clicked endlessly, and America was watching. But Aileen didn't shrink from the attention. She stared into the cameras with defiance, her voice sharp, her tone unapologetic. To her, the trial wasn't just about her crimes. It was about being seen, finally, after a lifetime of being invisible. The prosecution portrayed her as a ruthless killer, a woman who lured men to their deaths for money and pleasure. They painted her as a manipulator, someone who used her victims' kindness against them. The evidence was overwhelming: stolen cars, pawned belongings, ballistics matching her gun. Yet the defense argued something far more complex, that Aileen Wuornos was a product of abuse, trauma, and lifelong exploitation. They described a woman who had been mistreated by nearly everyone she had ever known, a person who had learned violence only because the world had first shown it to her. Aileen's behavior during the trial defied every expectation. At times, she was calm and articulate. At others, she exploded in rage, shouting at prosecutors, journalists, even the judge. Her emotions swung wildly: laughter, tears, anger, all within minutes. Psychiatrists described her as suffering from borderline personality disorder combined with paranoia and severe trauma responses. Her moods weren't performances, they were eruptions of a lifetime's worth of pain and mistrust. Every question, every accusation felt to her like another betrayal. When the guilty verdict was read, Aileen didn't cry. She simply nodded and muttered, "I expected that." The calmness of her acceptance unnerved the courtroom. She was sentenced to death for the first of several murders, with more trials to follow. Eventually, she would receive 6 death sentences, a number that seemed less about justice and more about erasure. The state didn't just want to punish her, it wanted to make sure she never existed again. The media, fascinated by her contradictions, turned her into a dark celebrity. Documentaries, interviews, and sensational headlines painted her as everything from a heartless predator to a feminist anti-hero. Some saw her as a symbol of women's rage, a product of a system that punished survival. Others saw her as proof that evil knows no gender. Aileen, meanwhile, struggled to understand the attention. "They all want a piece of me," she said in one interview, "but none of them ever cared when I was out there dying." Her words carried a truth that made many uneasy, that society often ignores broken people until they become dangerous. Over the years on death row, Aileen's mental state deteriorated. She grew increasingly paranoid, convinced that guards were poisoning her food and that a government conspiracy was orchestrating her execution. Her interviews became erratic. One moment she spoke tenderly about God and forgiveness. The next, she cursed the world for its cruelty. She claimed she could feel death coming and that she welcomed it. "I'd rather go home to Jesus than live in this hellhole," she said, her eyes hollow but steady. What made Aileen's case so haunting wasn't just the violence, but the humanity beneath it. Unlike most serial killers, she didn't hide behind manipulation or false charm. She told her story bluntly, sometimes incoherently, but without disguise. "I'm not proud," she once said, "but I ain't lying either." That brutal honesty made her impossible to categorize. She was neither entirely villain nor entirely victim. She was both. Her relationship with her childhood friend-turned-partner, Tyria Moore, became one of the most emotionally complex aspects of her life. It was Tyria's cooperation with the police that led to Aileen's confession, and though Aileen initially felt betrayed, she later said she forgave her. "I loved her," she told reporters. "I would have done anything to protect her. Maybe that was my last good thing." That sentiment, fragile and painful, revealed the vulnerability still buried beneath the chaos, the part of Aileen that wanted love, even as she destroyed everything around her. As her execution date approached in 2002, Aileen's interviews took on a haunting serenity. Gone were the rants and outbursts. In their place was a strange calm. "I'm ready," she said. "I'm going to a better place. I'll be back like Independence Day, with Jesus, June 6th, like the movie, big mothership and all." Her words drifted between faith and delusion, hope and madness. Whether she truly believed them or not, no one could say. On October 9th, 2002, at the Florida State Prison in Starker, Aileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection. Her last words were simple. "I'd just like to say I'm sailing with the Rock, and I'll be back like Independence Day with Jesus, big mothership and all. I'll be back." She died as she had lived, defiant, strange, and utterly unforgettable. Her story remains one of the most complex in criminal psychology. Unlike Bundy or Dahmer, Aileen Wuornos didn't kill for pleasure or ego. She killed because she believed the world had left her no other choice. Her violence was reactive, born from the trauma of a life no one would survive untouched. In many ways, she represented the shadow of society, the reflection of every failure to protect, to care, to see. Aileen Wuornos forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Monsters are rarely born. More often they are made, shaped by pain, neglect, and a lifetime of being unseen. Her legacy isn't just one of crime, but of warning, of what happens when a human being is pushed so far into survival that compassion no longer fits in the equation. And as her story fades into the archives of criminal history, her eyes, that mix of fury and sorrow, still look back at us, asking the question no one wants to answer. If the world had shown her mercy, would she have ever learned to kill? Few mysteries have haunted America's imagination quite like the legend of the Zodiac Killer. Between the late 1960s and early 1970s, a faceless figure terrorized Northern California, taunting police, boasting of murders in coded letters, and signing his messages with a chilling symbol, a circle crossed by a simple plus. He wasn't just killing, he was performing. The Zodiac transformed murder into theater, turning fear itself into his audience. Decades later, his identity remains unknown, but his story still lingers like a shadow that refuses to fade. a puzzle carved into the heart of true crime history. It began on December 20th, 1968, when two teenagers, Betty Lou Jensen and David Faraday, were found shot near Lake Herman Road in Vallejo. The attack seemed random, senseless. But 7 months later, another couple was ambushed at Blue Rock Springs Park, and the killer himself called the police. His voice was calm, deliberate, and emotionless. "I want to report a double murder," he said. "If you go 1 mile east, you'll find the kids in a brown car." It wasn't just the confession that terrified detectives, it was the confidence. This wasn't someone fleeing guilt. This was someone craving attention. Weeks later, 3 local newspapers received letters from a man claiming to be responsible. Each letter contained a cipher, a coded message made up of strange symbols and characters. He demanded the papers publish them or he would kill again. The newspapers complied, printing the ciphers on their front pages. Within days, a high school teacher and his wife cracked one of them. The decrypted message was disturbing but revealing. "I like killing people because it is so much fun. It is more fun than killing wild game in the forest because man is the most dangerous animal of all." It ended with a chilling line: "I will not give you my name because you will try to slow down or stop my collecting of slaves for the afterlife." This message marked the birth of the Zodiac myth, a killer who saw himself not as a man, but as an enigma, an immortal symbol of chaos. He wanted control, but not in the physical sense. He wanted to dominate through fear, to manipulate not just victims, but entire cities. He understood the media like few killers ever had. Every letter, every cryptic note, every boastful phone call was designed to feed the growing hysteria. The more the public feared him, the more powerful he became. Between 1968 and 1974, the Zodiac took credit for as many as 37 murders, though only 5 have been confirmed. He attacked couples in secluded areas, sent mocking notes to police, and even threatened to shoot children as they stepped off school buses. Each communication revealed a man obsessed with notoriety. He wrote in riddles, referenced films, and mocked detectives by name. His handwriting was as distinctive as his voice, deliberate, neat, filled with odd capitalizations and spelling quirks that seemed purposeful, almost theatrical. What set the Zodiac apart wasn't just his brutality, it was his mind. Criminal profilers described him as highly intelligent, narcissistic, and craving superiority. He believed himself to be smarter than the police, and he proved it by staying 1 step ahead. Every letter was a game, every clue a manipulation. He didn't just want to terrify, he wanted to teach fear, to make the world bend to his script. His crimes were puzzles, his victims props, his audience the American public. He once wrote, "I am waiting for a good movie about me." That wasn't ego alone. It was prophecy. He knew the legend he was creating would outlive him. In the years that followed, police departments across California scrambled for leads. Hundreds of suspects were questioned. The most infamous of them, Arthur Lee Allen, seemed to fit the profile. A troubled man with violent tendencies, an interest in ciphers, and an obsession with the Zodiac case itself. Yet despite strong circumstantial evidence, investigators never found definitive proof. Fingerprints didn't match. Handwriting was inconsistent. DNA testing decades later remained inconclusive. Like a ghost, the Zodiac had vanished, leaving behind only paper trails and a symbol that seemed to mock time itself. What made the Zodiac so enduring wasn't his number of victims, others killed more, but his psychological power. He weaponized mystery. He knew that fear thrives in uncertainty, that the imagination can terrify better than reality. By refusing to reveal his face, he became everyone's fear at once. The stranger at the gas station, the man walking behind you at night, the shadow just outside your window. He turned the anonymity of evil into a brand. Every unsolved murder, every unexplained cipher added to his mythos. He didn't need to keep killing to stay alive. His story did that for him. Over time, the Zodiac's letters became more erratic. He began referencing pop culture, quoting The Mikado, a Victorian operetta, and referencing astrology. Some saw intelligence in the writing, others saw madness. But both were true. He wasn't insane in the conventional sense. He was calculating but detached from human emotion. Psychologists believed he may have had schizoid personality disorder, socially withdrawn, devoid of empathy, yet obsessed with superiority. He killed not for revenge or lust, but for identity. Without the mask of the Zodiac, he was nothing. By the mid-1970s, his letters stopped. Perhaps he died. Perhaps he simply lost interest. But the mystery endured. Amateur detectives, writers, and internet sleuths have spent decades decoding his remaining ciphers, each convinced they've found the key. In 2020, a team of cryptographers finally cracked one of his unsolved codes, the 340 cipher, revealing another taunt. I hope you are having lots of fun in trying to catch me. I'm not afraid of the gas chamber because it will send me to paradise all the sooner. Even in silence, his arrogance echoed through time. The Zodiac Killer remains unsolved, a wound in America's collective psyche that refuses to heal. His legacy isn't just about murder, but about the fear he crafted with precision. He taught the world that power doesn't always come from visibility. Sometimes it comes from being unknowable. He wasn't just a man. He was an idea, a question without an answer. And maybe that's what he wanted most, not to be caught, but to be remembered. Because in the end, while his victims were buried, the Zodiac's name became immortal, carved not in tombstones, but in the human need to know why. Long before DNA testing, criminal profiling, or televised manhunts, there was one name that captured the imagination and terror of the world: Jack the Ripper. In the fog-drenched streets of Whitechapel, London, in 1888, a figure emerged from the shadows, silent, unseen, and terrifyingly efficient. His crimes would not only horrify Victorian society, but would shape how humanity defines serial killers to this day. The Ripper wasn't just a murderer, he was a myth maker. And from that myth came the blueprint of modern evil. Whitechapel was the perfect setting for such a legend to be born. It was a place of desperation, overcrowded, poverty-ridden, and shrouded in smog. The streets were lined with pubs, lodging houses, and the hopeless faces of those struggling to survive. Among them were countless women who had fallen through society's cracks, forced into lives of hardship and danger. These were Jack's victims, forgotten souls that the world already ignored. He chose them because he knew no one else would care. And, in a way, that anonymity protected him. In late August of 1888, the first of what would be known as the Ripper murders was discovered. Mary Ann Nichols was found lifeless in a dark alley, her body mutilated with terrifying precision. Days later, another woman, Annie Chapman, met a similar fate. The violence was shocking, not only for its brutality, but for its control. Whoever the killer was, he wasn't impulsive. He was deliberate, methodical. He knew how to move in the dark without being seen, how to silence, how to vanish. It was this combination of precision and mystery that set Jack apart from every other murderer before him. As panic spread, the media exploded with fascination. Newspapers published lurid headlines and gruesome descriptions, selling thousands of copies each day. And then came the letters, messages sent to the police and the press, signed Jack the Ripper. Whether written by the killer or by those seeking attention, they defined the persona that would echo through history. One letter, known as the Dear Boss note, introduced the name that would haunt the ages. Another, the From Hell letter, arrived with a chilling token, half a human kidney, ensuring that the Ripper's story would live in both fear and infamy. The case revealed something new about human nature, that terror could be public entertainment. The people of London were horrified, yet captivated. Crowds gathered outside crime scenes. Newspapers competed to print the most shocking details. The Ripper's anonymity gave him power. He could be anyone, and that uncertainty turned fear into obsession. The killer wasn't just lurking in the shadows of Whitechapel, he had infiltrated the public's imagination. For the first time in history, crime became a form of psychological warfare, and the world was learning to fear what it couldn't see. Investigators worked tirelessly, interviewing suspects, scouring the streets, and developing what would become the foundation of modern criminal profiling. Detectives like Frederick Aberline realized they weren't chasing a common murderer, but someone with a twisted intelligence, a person who killed with ritual and purpose. Theories about his identity multiplied. Some believed he was a surgeon, given the precision of his attacks. Others claimed he was a butcher, an aristocrat, or even a foreign immigrant scapegoated by xenophobic hysteria. But every theory only deepened the fog of mystery. As the killings continued, London descended into chaos. The public demanded justice, and the police, overwhelmed by false leads and sensational press coverage, struggled to contain the hysteria. The Ripper's last known victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was found in November 1888, the most horrific of all. After that, the killings stopped as suddenly as they had begun. The phantom of Whitechapel had vanished, leaving behind no witnesses, no clear motive, and no identity. What Jack the Ripper left behind, however, was far more enduring than the crimes themselves. He was the first criminal to understand the power of fear and fame. Whether by accident or design, he became the prototype for every serial killer who would follow. He knew the value of mystery, the strength of spectacle. His murders were not just acts of violence. They were statements designed to provoke, to shock, to echo. He weaponized curiosity, ensuring that his story would never die, even if his body did. Psychologists have long debated his motives. Some view the Ripper as a misogynist acting out deep-seated rage against women. Others see him as a man seeking control in a world that ignored him, a product of class tension, mental illness, or isolation. But perhaps his true identity matters less than what he represented. Jack the Ripper was a reflection of society itself, of poverty, prejudice, and the fascination with horror that still defines popular culture today. He showed how the human mind, when deprived of empathy, can turn power into terror and infamy into immortality. Even now, over 130 years later, his name still conjures chills. Books, films, and documentaries continue to search for his face, each promising the revelation that will finally unmask him. But every theory, from royal conspiracies to secret surgeons, only reinforces the legend. Because deep down, humanity isn't sure it wants Jack the Ripper to be identified. Mystery gives the story life. Certainty would only end it. In the end, Jack the Ripper remains more than a man. He is a symbol of our collective fear of the unknown, of our morbid curiosity with darkness, and of how fascination can make monsters immortal. His reign of terror lasted only a few months, but his shadow has stretched across centuries. He began as a killer in Whitechapel. He became the ghost that every generation of true crime still chases, and in the thick fog of history, where truth and myth blur together, Jack the Ripper still walks, unseen, unnamed, and unforgettable.